we present Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband, a new series based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat. Two people who live together and like it. Starring Miss Ball with Richard Denning. Well, let's look in on the Cougats and see what they're doing. It is morning, and Katie, the maid, has just put breakfast on the table. And George and Liz are sitting down to it.
That coffee smells good.
Paper's right in front of you, George. Why don't you read it?
Oh, no. As soon as I pick it up, you'll start your usual squawking about not seeing my face at the breakfast table.
No, I won't, George, honest.
Well, this should be interesting. Liz, you tore a hole in the paper.
Yeah, I get to see your face at breakfast, and you get to read the paper. See?
How can I read with a hole in the paper?
Well, read around it.
Oh.
I saved all the little pieces I tore out, and you can read what you missed later.
Great.
I'm looking at you through an automobile ad.
Well, what's so funny about that?
The new Nash has blue eyes for headlights. And your ears look like both doors are wide open.
Well, I'm glad you find it amusing. Katie, may I have some more coffee, please?
Certainly, Mr. Cougat. Oh, what happened to the paper? Did the dog get at it?
No, the cat.
I did it, Katie. I had to, because he's always reading at the table and never knows I'm here.
Good for you. I had the same trouble with my first husband, Clarence. One morning, I put an old floor mop in the chair to see if he'd notice the difference.
Did he?
Yes, he complimented me on my new hairdo. Then I did something awful. I set fire to his paper.
Well, that must have burned him up.
Oh, Mrs. Cougat.
That's pretty bad, huh? Well, it's early in the morning.
Well, you're excused.
Hey, look here. A story about my old girlfriend, Myra Ponsonby.
Well, we haven't heard from her in ages. What does she say is new in Lower Slobovia?
There you go again. Just because I went around with her in college is no reason to be jealous.
I'm not jealous. I just wish she'd drop dead, that's all.
Liz, you sound so bitter.
I am. There isn't room for both of us in the same town.
Well, better watch what you say, Liz. You may have to move. After all, they're still writing news stories about Myra.
Why? What happened to dear old Myra, I hope?
Well, she's driving into town from her country place.
Well, now that ought to crowd the United Nations off the front page.
It says she has a new imported car called a Zebra. The upholstery is bright yellow with black streaks.
She must have bought it to match her hair.
Oh, now you're really being catty.
I am not. I'm glad she got a car. It was dangerous flying around on that broomstick.
I'd sure like to see that car.
So would I. I'd like to see it run over a cliff.
Oh, don't worry about Myra. She's a wonderful driver. Why, she drives like she was part of the car.
I know. She rides a horse the same way.
Very good. I wonder if her husband Minky is coming with her.
Mr. Minky, the Peanut King. Oh, that poor little man.
He seems very happy with Myra.
Happy? She doesn't pay attention to anything but his money. The only excitement he gets is going down to the warehouse and running barefoot through his goobers.
Now listen, Liz. Myra...
Oh, Myra Schmyra, Myra this, Myra that. Myra's a wonderful driver. Well, I could be a wonderful driver, too, if I knew how to drive.
Yeah, that would help.
George, give me another lesson.
Oh, no, thank you.
You haven't given me a driving lesson since last May.
I know, and I just stopped shaking this morning.
Well, I wasn't so bad. All I did was forget to turn and went straight. Would have been all right if we weren't on a dead-end street.
Oh, it was such a beautiful car. I miss it. You know, it's still stuck in that house, Liz.
It is?
Yeah.
I'll bet they're the only people in town with a new Hudson in the kitchen. Oh, George, give me another lesson.
No. The answer is no. Absolutely no. Okay, Liz. There isn't much traffic on this back road. I guess you can start driving now.
All right, George. I have a confession to make. While I was waiting for you to come home, I sort of practiced in the driveway.
Oh, good. Do you remember what you did?
Oh, yes. I turned on the ignition. I pressed the starter button. I shifted into first. I stepped on the gas, and I let out the clutch.
Huh.
Did I forget anything, George?
Not a thing.
That's how much you know. I forgot to open the garage doors.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, I said I'd do it, and I'm going through with it. Go ahead and drive.
All right, here I go. I push the starter button like this. George, the starter button's broken.
No, it isn't.
Well, then why doesn't it start?
Push it in long enough, and you'll find out.
But nothing Ow! Why did it get hot?
Because it's the cigarette lighter.
Oh, what a dirty trick. Now, don't tell me. Is this it?
Try it and see.
Okay. Well, must be broken. That was the radio.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to suggest anything radical, but what do you think that little button that says starter is for?
Oh, yes, I'm excited. Here we go. Hooray! It started.
Yeah, congratulations.
Why aren't we going?
Well, you forgot a little thing called putting it in gear.
Oh, that.
No!
Am I doing something wrong, George?
Throw out the clutch.
What's the matter with it?
Nothing.
Well, then why should I throw it out?
Step on the clutch. Push it in.
Well, why didn't you say so? My goodness, you get so excited.
I'm not excited.
And what's that white stuff around your mouth?
Just a little foam. Now you have the clutch out and the motor on. Shift into low.
Now, wait a minute. Low is up here, isn't it?
No.
Oh, I know. Down here. Up here?
There's only one place left.
Oh, it's here. There. Now what do I do?
Let the clutch out.
Okay.
Oh.
What happened? George, say something.
Wait till I get my head out of the back seat. I think my neck is broken.
You know, this car doesn't work very well.
Start it again. I'll brace myself.
All right. I made it. How am I driving, George?
Fine. Except for one little thing.
What's that?
You're driving on the wrong side of the road.
Well, what's the difference? There aren't any cars coming.
Well, as a favor to me and the insurance company, will you please pull over?
Well, I'd be delighted.
Well, go ahead. Here comes a car. No, wait. Stay on this side. He's going around you.
What a reckless driver. He shouldn't have gone up on two wheels like that.
Liz, let's come to a stop.
All right, what do I do?
Put your hand out. Signal for a stop.
Okay.
Shift into neutral.
Okay.
Liz, you almost hit that tree. Why did you take both hands off the wheel?
You told me to.
I did not.
You did too. You told me to shift with my right hand and signal with my left, and I didn't have any hands left over. What do you think I am, an octopus?
No.
You're making a nervous wreck out of me. Oh, Corey, do you really think I'll pass my driver's license test?
Why not? You had the best teacher in the world, old Professor Cartwright himself.
I promise you won't tell George you helped me.
Oh, I won't let on. I'll tell him my hair suddenly turned white without any reason.
Did I frighten you when I went between those two cars?
Well, I was watching pretty closely.
Well, I'm glad one of us was watching. I had my eyes closed.
Well, you better keep them open when you take your test.
I guess I'll go in now while I have my nerve. Why don't you go get a bite to eat?
Oh, I couldn't eat a thing. I already have something in my mouth.
What?
My heart. Good luck, Liz.
Keep your fingers crossed for me. siren. You pull over and let it go by. You can pass a streetcar on the right at 15 miles an hour. I wonder how fast you can pass it on the left.
Yes?
Oh, how do you do? I'd like to get a driver's license, please.
All right. Name, please?
Elizabeth Cougat.
Address?
321 Bundy.
Uh-huh. Race?
Of course not. I don't even have a driver's license.
I think this is going to be one of my bad days. How much do you weigh?
Guess.
285.
Very amusing. 118.
How old are you?
21.
I haven't missed on that one in a long time. You know, it's funny, but there are no women drivers in the United States over 21.
May I have my license now?
Not yet. How tall are you?
Well, what's this got to do with driving? Why are you asking all these questions?
We want to find out what size car you'll wear. How tall?
With heels or in my stocking feet?
Well, what's the difference?
About 3 inches. I'm 5'6" without them.
Eyes?
Yes, 2, blue.
Thank you.
And red.
What?
My hair is red. That's the next question, isn't it?
Naturally?
Well, just a little henna rinse now and then.
Well, the fingerprint, and that does it. Give me your right thumb, please.
What for?
I want to hitch a ride home, and mine is tired. I'm going to take your fingerprint.
I don't want to put my thumb in that dirty old ink.
Now, this won't hurt a bit.
No,
Just give
I
me your
don't
right
want
hand
to
and
put
we'll
my
it
thumb in the ink.
ink.
Well, did you get my fingerprint?
Yes. Right on the end of my nose.
What are you laughing at?
I'm happy. This is my last day on this detail. They're moving me over to the homicide squad where things will be nice and peaceful.
Congratulations. Now, may I have my license?
No, let's just test your eyes. Now, I'll hold this white card over your eye and you tell me what you see.
A white card.
No, what do you see out of the other eye?
Nothing.
Why not?
It's closed.
Well, open it! Now, read those letters on the wall over there.
Okay. M-E-N.
Not on the door, on the wall! Oh, never mind. Go ahead on to the driving part of the test. You're not going to pass that.
What makes you so sure?
I know the man who's going to give you the test.
Oh, who is it?
Me.
Oh. I can drive anywhere now, Corey. I got a license.
Well, I'm proud of you, Liz. It certainly didn't take you long.
No. He was very sweet. As soon as he saw how I drove the car around the block, we sort of made a bargain.
How do you mean?
Well, he said he'd give me my license if I'd let him out of the car.
I know how he felt.
You know, there's nothing to driving, Corey. It's simple.
Liz, I think that car is going to turn in front of us.
Where? Oh, my goodness. I can't remember the difference.
Between what?
I can't remember the difference between the clutch and the brake.
Smoke. Are you all right, Liz?
Yes, but the car, it's ruined.
Well, I'll get out and see what the damage is. The other car seems to be all right.
Well, I might have known. Look, it's a dumb woman driver.
You better just sit here in the car, Liz.
Oh, no, I won't. I want to have a word with this character.
But, Liz, it was your fault.
How could it be my fault? I wasn't even looking at her.
Well, watch what you say, then.
I'll be very polite. Pardon me, madam, but do you by any chance happen to be the stupid dame who just smashed into me?
Look, honey, you had plenty of time to stop. When did you get your driver's license? This morning?
No, this afternoon. Why didn't you give a signal?
I did. I know I had my hand out the window. I was drying my nail polish.
So there. Oh, you're too fat anyway.
Oh, if you're going to take that kind of an attitude, I'll just have to get an impartial witness.
All right. We'll ask this kindly old gentleman standing on the corner. Tell me, impartial witness, did you see the accident?
Liz, you know very well I was with you.
Oh, Corey, what's the matter with you?
Well, I've had enough. I've taken your license number. You'll hear from my lawyer and the police. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Fatso.
Oh!
Corey, just look at our car. What's George going to say? The body's all smashed, the fenders are knocked off, and the back of the car's a mess.
Well, maybe you don't have to let George know. If you want me to, I'll call my garage, and they'll fix it for you.
Oh, would you, Corey? You're a pal. Now, you call me as soon as you know how much it'll be. While you're about it, see if they can fix a cracked head.
Well, how did you know the car had a cracked head?
I didn't. I was thinking about me if George finds out.
Is that you, Liz?
Yes, dear.
Did you get your driver's license?
Yes. How'd you know?
Oh, some fella from the bank saw you over there.
Oh.
Well, you're a full-fledged driver.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the car?
It's in the garage.
Oh, put it away. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
I was going down and count the fenders. I'd be surprised if I found all four of them.
So would I.
Well, you've got to expect a little kidding when you first learn, Liz.
I know. Is dinner ready?
Yeah, not yet. Say, did you see the paper tonight?
No, why?
There was some bad news. Myra Ponsonby's missing.
Oh, really? What was the bad news?
No, I'm serious. She should have been in town this morning, and nobody knows what's happened to her. Minky called the police. He's afraid somebody made off with her.
Well, if somebody made off with her, it serves them right.
Oh, Liz, I'm surprised at you. Myra's very life may be in danger. Minky's offered a reward, $10,000.
Dollars or peanuts?
Very funny. But I don't understand it. She just disappeared into thin air.
Do you mind if we talk about something else?
I even started to worry about you. What made you so late getting home?
Late? Oh, I was just late.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd run into an old friend.
No, it was a stranger.
Honey, you're acting funny, like you've done something wrong.
Me? That's a laugh.
Liz, are you hiding something?
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, I've been waiting for you to call. Just a minute. George, would you get my coat for me? I'm cold.
You're wearing it.
Oh, well, would you hang it in the hall closet for me? I'm warm.
Do you feel all right, Liz?
Yes, I'm fine. Just take it out to the closet like a good boy.
All right.
Thank you. Gee, I'm glad you called. Is everything all right?
Oh, Katie,
Yes, sir.
I'm worried about Mrs. Cougat. She's acting so strangely. Katie, if a person you love is in trouble, it isn't wrong to eavesdrop, is it?
Yes, it is.
I knew you'd agree with me.
Well, I won't be any party to this.
Oh, you haven't any idea how guilty I feel. Every time I see a policeman, I almost die.
Police? She must be in trouble.
No, George doesn't know yet, and when he does, murder.
Murder?
Really? Gosh, I didn't think I hit her that hard. The body must be all banged up.
Body.
You know how George felt about that old wreck.
Liz has done away with Myra.
Listen, that wasn't the first time she'd been hit. Did you see all those dents in her trunk?
Oh, no. How could she do it?
And her rear bumper was in pretty bad shape, too.
Oh, poor Myra.
Wasn't it awful? I thought she'd never stop yelling. And all I did was hit her with the front wheels. Yes, I picked up all the parts that fell off and put them in the back seat.
Oh.
Well, thanks for taking care of everything. Now, don't call me again. I'll call you when George isn't around.
Liz.
Yes, George?
Liz, I'm going down and look in the garage.
Oh, no, you mustn't.
I thought so. Is it because of what I'll find down there?
Yes, I didn't want you to know.
Oh, Liz, baby. You're in terrible trouble.
I am?
Yes. And I want you to know that no matter what happened, I'll stick by you.
Well, thanks, George, but aren't you getting a little dramatic about this?
Dramatic?
Yeah, I just smacked her in the back when she wasn't looking.
Liz, you don't know what you're saying. And to think I drove you to this.
Oh, you did not. I drove myself.
Oh, you're just trying to save me. Oh, look. Here comes a policeman.
Well, what do you suppose he wants?
He's after you.
Do you really think so? For a little thing like that?
Little thing? You could get the chair for that.
I could?
Oh.
Gosh, I'm glad I didn't go through a red light.
Look, you go hide in the kitchen, and I'll tell them you've left for Mexico.
Si, senor. I'll go like you told me.
Oh, how can you joke at a time like this?
Mr. Cougat?
Yes?
Sergeant Lewis, Homicide Squad.
You're on the wrong trail, Sergeant. She isn't here. She's gone to Mexico.
Oh, now, just a minute, Mr. Cougat.
She's innocent. She didn't even know Myra Ponsonby. And besides, she's insane. She must be. She married me. We're both insane.
Cougat, don't mind.
Oh, you'll never convict her. I'll fight this in every court of the land.
Mr. Cougat, I just came here to make a routine check. But suppose you tell me what you know about this case. Who is this she you're talking about?
Pardon me, Mrs. Cougat. Who's in the living room?
A policeman, Katie. He came to arrest me.
Arrest you? What for?
For having a little accident this afternoon. My goodness, George acts like I killed somebody. He told me to hide in the kitchen until the police were gone.
Oh, it's certainly wonderful of Mr. Cougat to shield you like this.
I know. I appreciate it, but it just doesn't seem right. I feel so sneaky cowering in the kitchen. Katie, I can't do it.
Now, Mrs. Cougat, don't do anything you'll be sorry for.
I can't help it. I've got to take my medicine. I'm going in there and give myself up.
I think you'd better come along with me, Mr. Cougat. This sounds mighty suspicious.
Wait. Hold everything. I confess. I'm guilty.
Liz!
I can't go on like this, George. I did it, and I've got to pay the penalty. Officer, put the bracelets on me.
Now, Liz, don't say a word until I get a lawyer. They can't prove a thing.
All right, Mrs. Cougat, step up to the desk, and the sergeant will get some information from you.
All right.
Now, what's your name? It's you again.
Oh, hello. How do you like it here in Homicide?
Everything's been dead up till now.
Well, this is a very sweet little jail you have here.
Well, it's not much, but you'll call it home. Now, don't give me any trouble, lady. Just answer my questions. You ready?
I don't like you.
Liz, don't be fresh. This may mean your life.
Oh, George.
Okay, let's get this over with. What's your name?
Elizabeth Cougat.
Address?
321 Bundy.
Age?
21.
How much do you weigh?
118. How much do you weigh?
195.
Age?
32.
Address?
410 Crescent.
What's your name?
Frank Nelson. Say, wait a minute! Who's doing what to who?
Well, she got you that time, Frank. Hey, let me try.
Oh, no. Nobody can do that to me. We'll try it again. What's your name?
Elizabeth Cougat.
Oh, no, that's how you got me last time. You start.
All right. What's your name?
Frank Nelson.
Address?
410 Crescent.
Age?
32.
How much do you weigh?
195. How much do you weigh?
4 pounds.
Age?
85.
Address?
Gettysburg.
What's your name?
Abraham Lincoln.
I knew I
But, Frank, you didn't.
could do it! I did, too.
Oh, yeah? What'd she say?
Yeah.
Now, let me handle this. What's your name?
Elizabeth Cougat. What's your name?
Martin Lewis.
How do you do? This is Frank Nelson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Wait a minute!
Now, please, Liz, let's not make things any worse. You're in deep enough as it is.
Now, Mrs. Cougat, suppose you tell us the whole story of what happened in your own words.
Don't say a word, Liz, until the lawyer gets here.
Oh, what's the difference, George? I was going along Main Street, and there she was right in front of me, and before I could stop myself, I hit her.
Did she cry out?
She yelled her head off.
What did you do with the body?
I had them jack it up and haul it away in a truck.
Didn't it give you goose flesh?
No. Oh, I was a little nervous, but after all, I just got my license.
License? What is this, open season? Now, you listen to me, sister.
Okay, brother.
Don't brother me, sister.
Well, don't sister me, brother.
Hold it. Lewis speaking. What's that? Oh, you found Myra Ponsonby. How's the body? Just say alive. Never mind the whistling. Yeah, I got it. Okay.
How do you like that? She's alive.
Yeah, darn it.
Where'd they find Myra?
She got arrested for speeding through a small town, and the sheriff threw her in jail.
There, George. There's your wonderful driver for you. Put in jail, and all I had was a little wreck.
You had a wreck?
Of course. What did you think? Oh, my goodness. You thought that I killed Myra.
Oh, what's so funny?
Oh, I can't wait to get the car fixed. That's a wonderful idea.
Liz. For heaven's sakes, put down that book and turn out the light. It's almost 2:00.
I've only got one more chapter to read, George. I got to find out who committed the murder. I'm certain it was the upstairs maid.
No, it wasn't. It was the butler.
Oh, George, why did you tell me?
Yeah, now maybe you'll put out the light.
Oh, all right. George? Are you sure it was the butler?
Yes, I'm positive. Now go to sleep.
Well, the way I had it figured, when the crime was committed, the upstairs maid was downstairs, and the downstairs maid was upstairs. Still, if the upstairs maid had seen the downstairs maid coming up the front stairs, she would have gone down the back stairs. Of course, if the downstairs maid had come up the back stairs when the upstairs maid was coming down, she'd have known the upstairs maid wasn't downstairs. It's too bad they didn't have an elevator.
Honey, believe me, it was the butler. He killed his wife.
Oh. But why did he kill her?
He killed her because she talked too much when he was trying to go to sleep.
Oh. Good night, George.
You have just heard My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Also heard in tonight's cast were John Heastand, Ruth Parrott, Frank Nelson, Bea Benaderet, and Herb Vigran. The program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll, Jr. Original music was by Marlon Skiles and was conducted by Wilbur Hatch. And now stay tuned for The Camel Caravan, starring Vaughn Monroe. This is CBS, the Columbia...
Roma Wines present Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball, who appears tonight as a Broadway lady, whom you may have often seen if you are a devotee of musical comedy. She is the third one from the left in the chorus line. And so with this little lady's narrative about the 10 grand, and with the performance of Lucille Ball as Miss Gigi Lewis, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Well, on this particular night, I'm standing in front of the Broadway Lindy's with my nose practically pasted against the window. It's late and I'm hungry. I've been pounding the pavements all day doing the rounds of the manager's offices. You'd think a good hoofer like I ought to be able to land something with all the shows on the big street. But here I am, standing like General Sherman's statue in front of Lindy's, looking at the pasted-up menu and mentally overindulging in a big, thick, juicy T-bone steak smothered with onions. That comfortable crowd inside there can toy politely with their chicken sandwiches and their shrimp cocktails for all I care. Just give me a T-bone smothered with onions. Here I am with 5 cents in my handbag, literally. Enough for the ride home in the subway, no extra charge for the empty stomach. Well, anyway, I can take my shoes off when I get in the subway. I turn around and give Lindy's one last sorrowful gander and then make for the subway entrance. It's just the time the shows are letting out. Plenty of people from the taxi set are taking the subway home these nights, being short on tires and gas. So I get in that Times Square jam that looks like 5 o'clock p.m. and feels like a Russian pincers movement on the Polish border. I'm getting shoved toward the turnstile, so I quick try to get my handbag open to reach for that lonesome nickel. All of a sudden, I feel something jerk out of my hand. My bag is gone. I try to yell, "Stop! Hey, stop!" I twist around and see somebody, a little guy with short bow legs, running toward the stairs. "Stop that guy! Stop that guy! He's got my purse!" Hey, look, trying to break out of the mob and after the purse snatcher, but I'm like the ace of spades being dealt off the bottom of the pack. When I'm finally in the clear a little, I see a tall guy running after that little guy who has my purse. They both disappear around the corner and up the steps. There's plenty of commotion in the crowd. You'd think there was $1 million in my handbag for all the fuss they're making. But I don't stop to think about anything except that I lost my fare home. I take out after the tall guy. When I get to the foot of the stairs, the tall guy's coming down again. And he's got my bag in his hand. He's smiling a big, wide smile at me, and I'm gazing gratefully up into his big brown eyes and noticing the way his hairline ain't receding any. Just the guy to go around rescuing ladies in distress. Regular Sir Galahad or somebody.
Is this yours, miss?
Yeah. Gee, how can I ever thank you?
Think nothing of it. Here you are.
What about the guy, the thief?
Oh, there was a cop on the street. He'll take care of him. What about you? You're all right, aren't you?
Oh, sure, I'm all right.
You look kind of pale. I guess it would have been pretty tough to lose your purse that way, especially this late at night.
Oh, I don't know why you bothered, really. Nothing but a nickel in it, anyway. I don't carry much with me when I'm out at night.
A nickel will get you home.
He's smiling at me again, and my heart's saying, "Oh, brother." We both start towards the mob at the turnstile, and I'm busy hoping he's going my way so we can sort of get better acquainted, you know.
Well, good night. Hang on to that pocketbook now.
Well, aren't you, well, good night. I'm caught in that mob at the turnstile again, and the train's coming in. Somehow, the way you do in crowds, I lose sight of him. And I gotta concentrate on digging out that nickel to put in the slot. I open up my bag and find the nickel all right, and then my heart almost stops. There in my handbag sits a great big wad of bills, folding money, cash. I managed to get the nickel in the slot and get myself through to the platform and on the train, all the while hanging onto that bag as if there were 10 grand in it. $10,000. Gee, it could be that much. The roll is big enough. My head's going around in crazy circles. The doors close behind me and everybody in the car is rushing to find a seat. Over the noise, I hear some contented soul whistling. I grab a seat next to a fat man who's taking up most of it. I sit there hanging onto my bag, not daring to look inside. I tell myself I'm dreaming. There's not really a big roll of bills in there. Extreme hunger is giving me the DTs. How would I get a bankroll as big as your fist? What am I doing with money? Then I remember the purse snatcher. He must have put it there. But why? The fat guy next to me tries to drum up a conversation.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yeah, cold.
You the young lady what got her purse snatched?
Yeah.
Lucky thing you got it back, ain't it?
Yeah, very lucky.
I always say it ain't good for a young lady, especially a nice-looking dame like you, to carry a lot of money around when she's out nights.
Huh? What makes you think I got a lot of money?
Well, the way you carried on when that fella snatched your purse.
Oh, yeah. I'm showing this fat palooka by my attitude that I don't go for conversing. I'm sitting there looking straight at the wall ads, and the one across from me is a big photo in natural color of Miss Subway in 1944. A Brooklyn girl, all dressed up and dripping with furs, and probably wearing Chanel No. 5. Money. All the money I need. No more pounding the pavements and waiting in outer offices for some two-bit job in a show that's due to close opening night. Clothes. A fur, maybe. Chanel No. 5, maybe. An apartment downtown with a switchboard to announce people instead of a fifth-floor walk-up in the Bronx. Food. T-bone steak salad and onions. Just walk right in and order it. Fun. Maybe go to a nightclub and... Say, though, maybe it's counterfeit dough. Maybe.
See those guys coming through? They're cops.
How do you know? They might be the Rover boys.
I can spot a plainclothes dick in a minute. They all look alike. They all got a certain purrs and noise.
Well, that don't prove they're dicks.
I don't know. Maybe it's the way they part their hairs.
Plain clothesmen. Looking for something, Hot money, maybe. So, suppose I'm found with it. How am I going to prove somebody planted it on me? I can see them laughing at that one now. That's a good one. Ha, ha, ha. She didn't steal the dough, honest. She just found it in her purse. Ha, ha. That's a good one. Lock her up, 25 years.
Well, good night, little lady. I'm getting off here. This your stop?
No, thanks. I go further uptown.
Well, good night. I'm certainly glad you found your voice.
Good night, Fatso. The Rover boys pass on through, and I decide to sneak another look at my bag. I open it up very carefully. The bankroll's there, all right. Some of the bills are in big denominations, too. There could be 10 grand, and it looks like the real thing. But there's also something else, something I didn't see before, a piece of paper stuffed into the roll. I reach in and get it, looking around to see if I'm being watched. All I see in the car is sleepy people, so I unfold the paper and read what's scribbled on it. Get off at 161st Street and follow Yankee Doodle. That don't make sense. What's Yankee Doodle got to do with it? I get up and I'm making for the door when I hear it. And then I remember I've been hearing that whistling right along and didn't notice it. I back into the first empty seat and prepare to do some thinking. Somebody in this car wants that bankroll again. Could it be Sir Galahad? I just can't bear to think of him as a criminal type, but he was awful quick to go chasing after my purse. And he could have been in this car all along without me seeing him. I try to get a quick look around, but there's people in the aisles. And a dear little old lady is pushing her way forward. She sits down next to me.
I was sitting next to a man who kept snoring. Do you mind if I sit here?
No, not at all.
I didn't know there could be so much confusion in the subway this late at night.
Well, in New York, you get to confusion 24 hours a day.
Well, I guess I'm just not used to it, that's all.
Say, you look like there's something wrong. What's the matter? Do you feel sick?
I'm all right. Oh.
Hey, she's passed out. Won't somebody help me? This woman's sick.
Here.
Look out.
Here, give her a slug of this. This'll bring her to.
Thanks, that's swell. Now, look, lady, just take a swallow. It won't hurt you. Go on, swallow it. That's it.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, really.
Forget it. How do you feel?
I can't imagine what happened. All at once, everything seemed to whirl around.
Sure you're all right now?
I'll be fine in just a moment.
Here's your medicine, mister. Thanks.
That's okay.
You're awfully kind. I didn't think people were so kind in a big city like this.
You better take it easy now. Where do you get off?
What's that?
Where do you get off?
Oh, 169th Street. That's where my sister lives. I'm visiting her, you see, and I just thought I'd go downtown tonight and see a show and have a good time. Evelyn told me how to go on the subway, and everything was fine until just now.
You're not hungry or anything?
Oh, no. It's not that. I have plenty of money. At least I did have.
Yeah? What happened to your money?
Somebody stole my life savings.
No, not really. Who'd do a thing like that?
Eh?
Who'd do a thing like that?
Thing like that? Oh, I don't worry about it, you understand. I'll get the money back.
How?
Well, don't you remember the old saying? It takes a thief to catch a thief.
I suppose so.
Yes. Well, that's just how I plan to catch the person who stole my money.
How much did you lose?
What's that?
How much did you lose?
Oh, lose. Well, I had been saving it all my life, and there was at least, $10,000.
Gee, that's too bad. Well, am I going to give it back to her if it turns out to be her money? How do I know she's not pulling a fast one? I remember that in shows, it's always the dear old lady who fakes a faint to get sympathy when she's really the brains of the mob. Yeah. I noticed she got a big gulp from the bottle while she had the chance. Well, supposing she is on the level, would I give her the money when I have it here? 10 grand? And me practically in the lap of luxury? Would I?
Oh, my.
Listen, do you know how to whistle?
What a strange thing to ask me. As a matter of fact, yes, I do.
Well, I'm awfully fond of whistling.
You are? Are you? Well, Well, you know, I was judged the champion whistler of the Ladies' Auxiliary at church back home.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Yes.
Won't you whistle something for me?
Oh, well, I couldn't. Not here. People would turn around and look at me.
Well, you already caused quite a stir when you fainted.
Oh, did I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then, what would you like to hear?
Yankee Doodle.
Well, I'll try.
Uh-huh. That's fine. But I guess it doesn't prove anything.
I beg your pardon?
I meant, how was it you say you lost all that money?
Oh, the money. Why, the bank teller back home just ran off with the savings of practically everybody in town.
Oh, it happened back home, huh? When?
Well, now, let me see. Why, it must have been 5... No. It was just about 6 years ago.
Oh.
Yes, and why do you ask me?
Well, I just thought maybe I thought you might have just lost it tonight the way you talked.
Well, I hope I didn't alarm you. But I just keep knowing I'm going to get that money back someday.
Yeah, I'm sure you will.
Oh, listen. Somebody else is whistling Yankee Doodle now. That's very fine whistling, too.
Isn't it, though?
Yes.
Yeah, and this time it's no old lady. I got an idea it's somebody who just possibly could have a slight case of murder on his mind.
Tonight, for suspense, Roma Wines bring you as star Miss Lucille Ball, whom you have heard in the first act of The 10 Grand by Virginia Radcliffe. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
Far to the south of us is our good neighbor country, Ecuador, land of towering mountains, sweeping vistas. Let's imagine ourselves there now, dining on the roof terrace cafe of the exclusive Hotel Metropolitano in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Near us, an American has just complimented his hosts on the magnificent dinner, to which his host quickly responds, "Ah, yes, it is true that our foods are famous. But from your land comes a rare delicacy also, one which has spread the fame of your own California to many far corners of the world. It is this superb wine, so excellent that we in Ecuador import it from your United States. My friend, I drink to you in your own delicious Roma wine." Our Ecuadorian friend is right, for Roma wine's superb quality has won such favor in many far places that they import it, enjoy it as a rare luxury. But not so here in America. Here, millions know and enjoy Roma wines as an inexpensive, everyday delight, at meal times and when entertaining. So many, in fact, that Roma is America's largest selling wine, with no high import duties to pay nor expensive shipping costs. You enjoy these distinguished wines for only pennies a glass. Ask for Roma wines, which bring you old-world winemaking skill, plus Roma's own modern scientific controls and testing. That's R-O-M-A, Roma wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Lucille Ball in The 10 Grand, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Street. 161st Street.
Well, this is it.
Oh, must have been dozing. Is this your station?
Yeah, and the next stop is yours. Don't fall asleep and miss it now.
Well, I won't. You've been very kind. I do want to thank you.
No, think nothing of it. Well, good night.
Good night, my dear. Now be careful crossing the street.
Sure, don't worry. I'll be plenty careful. I get off the train. Stand for a minute on the platform looking around. I don't see Sir Galahad, but he could have gone through to another car and come out down the line. Several guys are on the platform, and they all hurry up the steps of the street. I go up, too. I look ahead at the block I have to travel. Then I hear it again, from the darkness of the street. I can't tell exactly where it's coming from, but I'm standing in the light, and whoever's after me has a pretty perfect target. I walk away, hugging my purse and shaking like 6 hangovers. I tell myself that pretty soon Yankee Doodle will grab me and take the money. Any second now. He wouldn't need to kill me. I haven't seen him, so I can't identify him. He could just take the money and leave. But suppose he enjoys killing people. Suppose he gets panicky all of a sudden and his finger slips on the trigger. Suppose he's a maniac. I think about screaming, but nobody'd hear me in time because screaming probably makes Yankee Doodle's trigger finger tremble. Why doesn't he do something? Why doesn't he take the money away from me and get it over with? Does he want me to offer it to him on a gold platter? Not Gigi. She's got a T-bone steak smothered in onions waiting for her if she ever gets out of this in one piece. But now I'm getting toward the next corner, and there's a dim street lamp on the other side. I see him. That's strange. He's been walking ahead of me all this time. Then I hear something else. Footsteps. Somebody behind me. I listen. That doesn't sound like the tread of somebody hurrying home to the little woman. That's a steady tread of somebody trailing somebody. I don't know how I know it, but I know it. There's Yankee Doodle up ahead, but here's also somebody behind me I don't like just by instinct. I'm sandwiched. I'm the ham between 2 slices of rye. I listen again. He's getting closer. By the time I reach the corner, he'll catch up with me. I try walking faster. He's walking faster, too. I turn around. I can see his dark shape behind me with a distant street lamp back of him. Then I see something else. Back away, across the street, is another man, walking fast. Now I got 3 of them. I'm in a triple-decker sandwich now. I want to scream. I want to yell help. But my heart's got all mixed up in my larynx somehow, and I know I'd never be able to project my voice past the next crack on the sidewalk. They're catching up to me fast. If this is the end, sister, this is it. I'm already imagining the cold steel in my back, and then... The 2 boys walk right on past me. Don't even give me a tumble. They're making time, and as the one on my side gets ahead of me, I see him nod to the one across the street. They're not tailing me. They're after Yankee Doodle. They heard him whistle, and they'll be catching up with him any minute now. I heave a big sigh of relief and consider a quick exit back to the subway with my 10 grand. I can just barely see the 2 of them as they come close to the next street lamp. They could be plainclothesmen, but I don't think so somehow. In that case, they got an illegal desire to get something they think Yankee Doodle's got. Or maybe Yankee Doodle's the illegal part of the deal. Suppose he turns out to be Sir Galahad. It's pretty confusing, and I ain't happy about it either way. But something, I don't know what, makes me take after the 2 Rover boys instead of going my own way while I got the chance. I look up ahead. Yankee Doodle's a block away now, and he stops for a second under a streetlight. He's listening, I can tell that, even though he's too far away for me to tell if he's Sir Galahad. Then quickly he disappears into the shadows again. I'm trying to keep my heels from clicking too loud, but they sound like drum beats, so I take my shoes off quick. The Rover boys are up on the corner now, but I'm making it by the time they're halfway down the next block. The street lamp must have burned out along here because it's blacker than a Schiaparelli dinner dress. If only a police car would come by or something. Maybe Winchell would be cruising with the boys, yeah, and then he'd give me a plug in his column and it'd be easy for me to get a job. Oh, what am I thinking about things like that for now? Besides, there ain't a car on the street. There hasn't been one since I got off the subway. Suddenly, out of the blackness, a hand grabs my arm. Another covers my mouth.
Be quiet. Don't scream. It's me. Here, let's get down on the stairway where they can't see us against the light. Now.
You didn't need to choke me.
They'll come back this way in a minute. As soon as they found out they'd lost me.
How'd you get here? I thought you was way ahead of them.
I was. I ducked in here and let them pass. Are you with me?
Why should I be?
It's my life or theirs.
So what?
I got your purse back for you.
Yeah, Sir Galahad.
You got my money.
It could be their money.
Yes, but it isn't.
Wait, they're coming back. I got an idea. I'll step out and say something, and you...
All right. Get up there quick. They're coming.
Well, hiya, boys. Fancy seeing you here. Nice night, ain't it?
Never mind, sister. We ain't got time to chat.
Well, you needn't blind me with that flashlight. I just wanted to pass the time of day.
Well, it ain't that time of day, so step aside and let...
Hey, what... Oh.
Hey, he was trying to get up.
Let's make sure they're really out.
Are you kidding? They're both out farther than the 12-mile limit.
Then let's get away from here fast. Come on.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter? You don't want to be picked up around here, do you?
Well, I got to put my shoes on first, don't I? Say, do you know I broke my heel on that heel? So, here we are, 15 minutes later, sitting in an all-night restaurant after running practically 12 blocks and me forgetting all about the fact my feet was killing me a couple hours ago. Sir Galahad's breathing just like normal, but I'm still sounding like a pair of bellows trying to catch my wind. He's looking at me and laughing in a nice way, and I don't mind.
You know, what you need is a little regular exercise. It would get you in condition.
A nice, steady job hoofing somewhere will do that for me.
I wonder how long it will be before the cops find those guys.
Maybe you ought to report it first, just to be on the safe side.
No. It would be too dangerous. I have to get rid of the money first.
Oh.
No, I did not rob a bank.
Well, there's other illegal ways to get 10 grand.
Here comes the waitress. Better order, and then we can talk. Eh?
I can't believe I'm really going to get a steak inside of me instead of hot lead.
Wait until you see what the steak's like before you feel too happy.
Know what you want yet? Yeah, a long time ago. T-bone steak, rare, smothered in onions.
Make it 2, please.
2 T's, rare and buried.
All right, shoot. What am I saying?
I'm a Greek.
Yeah?
I came over here when I was about 15. My father and mother are still in Athens. I couldn't get them out of the country when the Italians invaded. So I don't know where they are now.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Oh, I'm like a lot of people over here. I want to do something for my mother country, even though I am a naturalized American. So, in my spare time, I collect contributions from other Greeks living over here.
Oh, you mean for the Relief Society?
Oh, no, that's different. This money supports the Greek underground. It has to be gotten and sent very quietly because certain people over here would like very much to know who's operating the underground in Greece. You see?
Yeah, I'm beginning to. What about the Rover boys?
Who?
The 2 kids we lulled to sleep back there.
Oh, well, I can't prove it yet, but I think they're Axis agents. They've been following me ever since I left home this morning. Today was my day off, and I've been making the rounds collecting.
You did pretty well. How much is in that bankroll?
$10,415.
Oh, boy, you're quite a salesman.
I've got a good product to sell. Anyway, I thought I could shake those guys in the subway. But then when you got your purse lifted, I did a little quick thinking and decided the money would be safer with you for a while. And I do want to thank you.
Oh, that's all right. Always glad to help out. Well, I guess you'd like to have your 10 grand back now, huh?
You know, in Greece, they have a law that whoever finds money gets to keep 10% as a reward.
No kidding.
Yes. So the way we'd figure it, you get $1,041.15.
Say, that's wonderful. That's a great custom. I wonder why they don't adopt it in America.
Well, I guess America has a lot of things that Greece doesn't have. T-bone steaks, for instance.
Yeah, that's true. Well, here you are. I hope you get the dough into the right hands.
Thank you very, very much. Aren't you going to count out your 10%?
I got to contribute something to winning the war, ain't I? Say, miss.
You want me?
Yeah, what happened to them 2 T-bone steaks?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, but when I took your order for the steak, I forgot this was Meatless Tuesday.
Oh, no.
And so closes the 10 Grand, starring Lucille Ball. Tonight's tale of Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed by William Spear.
Have you had the thrilling experience of enjoying a meal prepared and served with delightful Roma wines? Well, tomorrow evening, we suggest that when preparing your dinner, whether it be fish, meat, or poultry, just add a generous portion of your favorite Roma table wine, Sauterne, Burgundy, or Claret. Then simply put the same bottle, well chilled, on the table with the meal. You'll be in for a new experience in just how good even the simplest everyday foods can be when prepared and also served with superbly flavored Roma wines. Don't put off discovering how much these delicious and inexpensive Roma wines can add to the pleasure of everyday living. Remember, thousands make Roma wines their daily standby for greater enjoyment at a cost of only pennies a glass. Ask for R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, America's largest selling wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Lucille Ball. I always enjoy my appearances on Suspense, and tonight I'm particularly proud because Mr. Spear has just counted up, and he says that tonight I said more words per minute than any actress he has ever had on the show. Well, here's just a few more, and I hope you will give heed to them. Don't let tomorrow go by without buying an extra war bond.
Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers at the White Cliffs of Dover. Next Thursday, same time, we will present the best-selling novel, The Walls Came Tumbling Down, and Mr. Keenan Wynn will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, China Seas. The starring players.
This is Clark Gable.
This is Lucille Ball.
Douglas Dumbrill.
And this is Anna Lee.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous motion picture, China Seas, a stirring romantic tale of adventure in the Far East during the year 1930. It stars Clark Gable as Captain Alan Gaskell, Lucille Ball as China Doll, Anna Lee as Sybil Barclay, Douglas Dumbrill as Jamesy, and Herbert Rawlinson as Sir Guy. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in China Seas.
Let's face it, the SS Kin Lung was nobody's dreamboat on the freight run from Hong Kong to Singapore, barnacled, rusty, and down at the heels like everything else in the China Seas. Still, I guess I was sort of proud of her. You see, I was captain of the tired old tub. That particular morning I went on board, I was toting a bit of a cargo myself, a hangover after a 3-day binge. And I wasn't feeling exactly friendly, so I went to my cabin, slammed the door, and...
Hello, Lammy.
Hmm?
Don't stare. It's me, China Doll.
What the devil are you doing aboard? Didn't we say goodbye last night?
Yeah, but you were drunk. I thought maybe you'd kind of like to say it sober, huh?
Come on, get going. We're pulling out in a few minutes.
What's the rush?
What is it? Got someone else on board? Alan, I told you if you ever...
Now, just a minute, Dolly. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you're number one girl in the archipelago. But I don't remember making any vows to you, or asking for any either.
Well, I'm sorry. You're round.
Well, that's more like it. Now, come on, Nuisance, overside with you.
Oh, but Alan, what'll I do with my ticket?
Ticket?
It's all paid for and everything.
I knew you had something up your sleeve. Come on, I'll get your money back.
But I've got a job in Singapore.
No.
It's a contract at the vaudeville.
No.
Honest, I won't come near you, Alan. They won't even guess that we know each other.
No.
Honest, honey. Oh, okay, big boy. You win. Just a pipe dream, I guess, that's all. Only last night you were so nice to me, I thought that maybe you kind of...
All right, all right.
You mean I can?
Well, you've got a ticket and a job. Maybe I've got no right.
Oh, Lemmy.
Say, cut it out. Will you
That's
stop
wonderful.
wrestling me around?
Alan, I'm so happy. Wait, I know what I need.
Hey, that's my locker. What's the idea?
Well, relax. I'm just getting one of my cigarettes.
Yours? Well, who put them there?
Well, you see, I was waiting to say goodbye, and I sort of had them in my hand, and I...
A dozen tins, enough to last a month.
Well, after all, I might need them, Lammy. Especially if I sort of happen to make the round trip.
I guess I might have been sore, Dolly, but right then I had my hands pretty full getting the King on ready for sea. We were loaded down to the deck rails that trip. A lot of passengers, too. Important passengers. Mr. Willard of the Royal Canadian Bank.
We've got the gold on board, Captain Gaskell. We've stored it just the way we planned.
Sir Guy, the managing director of the line.
Get her out of the harbor, then come down to my cabin. The way you look, Alan, you need a drink.
And Jamesy McArdle, who shipped a lot of stuff with us.
The only boat the pirates never dared to raid. Gaskell, I wouldn't sail with any captain but you.
Yes, sir, I had plenty on my mind that trip. And then all of a sudden, I had some more.
Captain Gaskell, sir?
Yes?
Port captain told me to report to you, sir. Replacement for your third officer.
You're Davids, aren't you? Tom Davids?
Yes, sir.
I need a man, and they send me a punching bag.
This is my first chance in over a year, sir. I know these waters better than most. My record was as good as any for 10 years. It's only that one thing.
Got a uniform?
Well, nothing clean, sir.
Get one of mine.
Captain, to my dying day...
Forget it. Report to Mr. Dawson.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Must be getting soft and crazy. Anytime I take on a guy like that.
Alan Gaskell. It is Alan, isn't it?
Sybil Barkley.
And this is your ship?
Well, yes. I'm captain of this tub. But you, what are you doing out here?
Just traveling. I've been just traveling for some time.
I heard about Bart. I always meant to write.
I understand. We used to talk about you, wonder what you were doing. And now you can tell me all about it yourself. Oh, not just this moment. I know you're busy now, but later. I'll expect to see a good deal of you, Alan. A very great deal, even if you are the captain.
Sybil Barkley. One of all the people in...
Alan, it's past sailing time. Can't you get this confounded boat out of the harbor? Why, what's the matter? You look as though you'd seen a ghost.
I have.
Greetings, Toots. Here's the girlfriend.
Dolly, you can slam that door again on the way out.
You're busy, huh?
Very busy.
Well, too busy for me?
You're catching on.
But not for that snooty English dame.
I thought we'd be getting around to her.
Well, who does she think she is, anyway? She looks like she's smelling a dead fish or something.
In this environment, it's highly possible.
And the way you've been fussing over her, giving her the royal suite, how does she rate that?
We used to be good friends. Her husband, too.
Oh, well, her husband don't seem to cramp her style none.
He's dead.
Oh. Oh, I guess she looks pretty good to you, huh? Sort of different from, well, from the rest of us, maybe, huh?
Maybe. Dolly, did you ever see an English river?
No, I guess I don't get around very much.
Well, it's cool and clear and clean. Put a stream like that alongside any river out here, dirty, yellow, muddy. You'll see the difference.
You mean that... Say, are you trying to call me a
Dolly,
dirty
put that
yellow...
down. Say, a heavy ashtray like that, anyone would think you were mad.
No, I ain't mad, not yet. But you keep cracking wise like that, and I'm apt to forget that I'm a lady.
No question about it, Dolly had her claws out all right. And she was keeping them sharpened with straight scotch. But I managed to keep her away from Sybil till the second night out. We were sitting in the passenger's lounge, and Sir Guy was on his favorite yarn.
Yes, madam, right in these very waters. The pirates killed every white man aboard except the captain, and then scuttled the ship.
Pirates? In this day and age? Oh, it's incredible.
It's a fact. All kinds of pirates around. Say, James, the old Trambo, another snort?
Sure, Dolly, why not?
Alan, is it really true what the guy says?
Well, Sybil, we keep an armed guard at all times.
Oh, these pirates are blasted clever, you know. You'd never guess how they identify each other.
How?
By matching halves of a 100-pound note.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're ribbing me.
Oh, not at all, my dear. Ask anyone.
All right, I will. Oh, officer,
Yes, madam?
will you tell me about the ship that was scuttled and the one man who escaped?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me. I'm sorry, madam.
But that's strange. Did I offend him? He seemed so...
Sybil, that was Tom Davids, captain of the ship we were talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt him.
Oh, think nothing of it, Mrs. Barclay. Anything goes out here. Am I right, Alan?
Quite right. Sybil, if you find us a little rough...
Oh, no, I think it's all very romantic. So very alive. So very primitive, you know.
Primitive. Say, Alan, tell her about that Putang joint. The battle of the century. Jamesy, you were there.
Sure. Gaskell must have been out for an hour.
That's libel. I came to in 40 minutes.
What a night. Oh, it was all very romantic. So very alive. So very primitive, you know. Not like a weekend at Lady Spankin' you know.
Cut it, Dolly.
It's all right, Alan. Miss Portland, you must be very fond of him.
Yeah, how do you know?
To humiliate yourself like this. Now, if you'll all excuse me, I'll see you later, Alan.
Sure, he knows where the Royal Suite is. The first trip down, I had it myself.
Dolly, you keep showing your teeth, and maybe I'll forget that you're a lady.
Oh, shut up.
Sorry, folks. Good night.
Oh, Alan, wait. I'm coming along.
Sure, let him go. Let them all go. Go on, Jamesy, join the parade.
No, not me. I've always liked you, Dolly. I wouldn't quit like some guys we know.
Say, we ought to have a drink on that, huh?
Sure. I got some good stuff in my cabin.
Come on, let's go.
You're sure now you haven't had enough?
Say, I can drink you right under the table for 20 pounds cash. You want to call it that, huh?
Okay, a bet. No, not me, Dolly. No more for me. I got enough.
Then I beat you, Jamesy. Come on, pay off. Come on.
All right. Now just give me a chance to get my wallet out.
20 pounds cash. Count it
Got
out.
it right here. 5 pounds. 10.
Yeah.
50.
Jamesy, no, you can't pass out
I'm
now.
not passing.
Come on, wake up, Jamesy.
I'm all right.
Okay, then I'm going to take it myself. Don't worry, I won't take too much. Just this other 5 that I... Gee, half a 100-pound note. That's what they use for...
What's the matter, Dolly?
Oh.
You think I was going to... That my wallet you've got?
I was just taking what I won from you, Jamesy. Honest,
That's all you took.
Mm-hmm.
That isn't all you saw.
I don't know what you're talking about,
A certain
Jamesy.
half of a 100-pound note.
Oh, Jamesy, let's quit joking. I don't want to hear another
You've
word.
got to now. There's a 500,000 pounds in gold in this boat. I've had my share of these shipments before. I'll cut you in on this one, Dolly.
Not me. I'm smart enough to stay out of anything like this.
Okay, but if you're out, you're in.
Oh.
It's awful dark out there right now. Be pretty easy to drop you over the rail.
Well, in a case like that, you know, I think you got yourself a partner, Jamesy.
It's lovely up here on deck, Alan. It's so warm and the moon is so large.
Well, everything's a little overdone out here. Gets a little tiresome after a while. Now, I've been thinking of heading for England this spring.
Oh, Alan, I'm glad. Are you going alone?
Alone?
I thought perhaps that girl.
I'd be a fool to deny her, Sybil. It's all pretty obvious, I suppose.
Rather. But then I didn't expect you to be a hermit out here, not in the China Seas.
Thanks. Sybil, when I knew you 5 years ago, you must have known how I felt. You must have guessed why I resigned and disappeared.
Yes. I might have broken Bart's heart if you hadn't gone.
And now that we've met again, if I thought there was the slightest chance...
Alan, let me undo a lie I told. I'm not just traveling. That's not true. I've been following a memory in my heart. I traced you out here. I found your ship because I love you, Alan. Because I've always loved you.
Sybil.
Oh, Alan. Alan, I'm so glad.
We're going home, darling. We're going home.
Alan,
You in here again?
I've been waiting for you.
Don't you ever give up. Beat it before
Don't turn on the light. I've got something to tell you.
It's funny, but I'm afraid of the dark. Oh, pardon me. Were you going?
Alan, you've got to listen to me. I took a big chance coming in here. I might have got heaved overboard.
Well, don't increase the risk by staying. Your little pal, Jamesy, will be missing you.
You fool. I only came here to tell you that...
I'm quite aware of that, but you picked the wrong cabin.
Go on, go on.
Jamesy McCardle is on the next deck.
Go on, keep it up. You're talking yourself right out of something.
I hope so. Good night.
You... Just wait. I'll fix you. I'll take you down a peg or two.
Good night.
You'll be lower than a coolie. Lower than David. You'll be crawling on your hands and knees. You just wait.
The curtain falls on Act One. And now the spotlight is on you. Are you sensitive about your skin? Sensitive about exposing your face to bright lights? If so, listen to this important message from Lady Esther.
I'd like to prove to you that Lady Esther face cream is the most beautifying cream you've ever used. I'd like to prove that this one cream is all you need for the complete daily care of your skin. You don't need one preparation to open the pores, another to close the pores, and still another to firm and freshen the texture of your skin. All you need is one scientific cream that works with nature and really helps nature, that thoroughly cleans out the tiny pore openings, that removes the hidden dirt and impurities which cause enlarged pores. And that's exactly what Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream does. It cleans the skin so thoroughly that nature, in grateful response, shows immediate, exciting improvement in the appearance of your skin. And as I said before, I'd like to prove it. So I ask you to make the Lady Esther patch test. Just rub a little Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream on one part of your face, like your forehead or one cheek. Rub it on, wipe it off, and then see and feel the difference. See how much fresher and clearer that part of your skin looks than all the skin around it. Feel how the dry, rough flakes are gone, how baby smooth and silky that patch of skin has become to your touch. And remember, what happens to that one cheek will happen to your entire face when you use Lady Esther Face Cream. For one, it thoroughly cleans your skin. 2, it softens your skin. 3, it helps nature refine the pores. And 4, it leaves a perfect base for powder. When you make the patch test, you'll see the translucent clarity of your skin, the new petal-smooth loveliness. You'll see this sparkling difference with your own eyes in just 30 seconds, half a minute, with the Lady Esther patch test.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of China Sea, starring Clark Gable, Lucille Ball, Douglas Dumbrill, and Anna Lee. Captain Gaskell continues our story.
Sure, I was a pretty big guy, all right, kicking Dolly around like that. But I didn't feel so good the following morning. I got the other end of the stick myself. I was on the bridge when it started. First, a few shots. Then from somewhere, old David's yelling.
Pirates! The king's in his swamp!
Then they were swarming all over the ship. Didn't take them long. They caught us completely by surprise. Almost before I knew what had happened, they had us locked up in the wheelhouse. Myself and Sir Guy.
Alan, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I believe that's been said before, Sir Guy.
Oh, these men were hidden in the hold. They had it all worked out. First the wireless, then the crew, and then stopping the boat so that fishing junk could pull alongside with the rest of their gang.
You know, there's something funny about it.
If you have an exceptional sense of humor.
No, I mean, didn't you notice every one of their guns came out of our gun room?
Ours?
That's right. And that gun room has a solid steel door. They couldn't break that down, and besides...
Besides what? What is it, Alan?
Look out there. That lifeboat.
Why, there's blood dripping from it. Someone's hiding up there.
Must be one of our men.
Careful, Alan. We've got company.
Now, sorry, old boy. No savvy, Malay. Don't, any of you fellows speak English? You hear that, Sir Guy? They don't know what I'm saying. You know, I could talk to that chap out there.
Alan, don't take any chances.
Well, I'll look right at the chief. He'll think I'm talking to him. You out there in that lifeboat, whoever you are, this is Captain Gaskell talking. There's a pouch of Mills bombs in the seat locker of that boat. If you're not too badly hurt, watch your chance and let them have it. I'll hold these beggars as long as I can.
No, sorry.
Oh, well, don't worry, old chap. You'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, I'm entirely at your disposal.
You understand, Gaskell, I didn't want to get into this. They hauled me down when they found out I could talk Malay.
Yeah, that's all right, Jamesy. No hard feelings.
They say they won't harm anyone on board. All they want is the gold.
Gold? What gold?
They opened the purser's bank. It wasn't there. Gaskell, I wouldn't cross those Malays. They can be pretty mean.
Listen, Jamesy, make it clear to them. If there was any gold, they could have it and welcome.
Now, look, Gaskell, I'm talking to you like your own brother. They mean business. They're going to use the boot, the Chinese boot. It's cruel torture.
The size is 9C.
Don't to them. Do it, man. You'll never be able to use that foot again.
Look, Jamesy, you've got as glib a tongue as any man. Use it. Tell them something.
I've talked my head off. It's no use.
Well, put your fingers in your ears.
They're tightening the screws. Come on, tell them, Gaskell. Where's that gold?
There isn't any gold.
Gaskell, don't be a fool. They break every bone in your foot. Tell them where the gold is, man.
Oh, there isn't any. There isn't any. I tell you there.
Ah, you blasted idiots. He's fainted. Now we'll have to bring him round again.
I don't know how many times I passed out, but the last time I came to, Jamesy was bending over.
Easy now. Take it easy, my boy. They're going away.
The boot is off?
Little Jamesy talked them out of it. Saved your poor foot. I told them there couldn't be any gold. No one could take that, what you did, and live.
They've gone, huh?
Just getting aboard the boat.
But what about the... Hey, Jamesy, look. Out there on deck. He's got the bombs. It's David's. It was David's, all right, and badly wounded from the looks of it, pulling himself along the rail with a pouch of Mills bombs slung over his back. And then something I'll remember as long as I live. He must have figured he was done. He pulled the pin on one of the bombs, let go of the rail, and fell to the deck of the Malay's boat, pouch and all. I counted 2. Then the whole world seemed to come apart. And after that, everything was quiet again.
I'm telling you, Dolly, Gaskell can't pin anything on us. Now, will you quit worrying?
Well, I ain't exactly worrying. I'm just thinking about what they did to his foot.
Well, it could have been a lot worse if I hadn't stopped them. Say, maybe we better burn that half of the 100-pound note. Where is it?
I hid it.
Where?
In a cigarette tin in Gaskell's cabin.
In Gaskell's cabin? Are you out of your mind? Are you...
Come in.
Captain's compliments, sir, and will you come to his quarters?
Captain Gaskell wants him?
And if you don't mind, Miss Portland, he wants you, too.
Oh.
Now, let's get down to business. Cigarette, Dolly?
No, thanks.
Go ahead, they're yours. You left them here.
Well, I don't think I want any right now.
Relax, baby. There's nothing to worry about. The half of that 100-pound note isn't in that tin.
Huh?
I have it here, with a matching hat.
Look here, Gaskell, what are you trying to...
Take it easy, Jamesy. Your turn is next.
Alan, I don't understand all
Well,
this.
it's very simple, Sir Guy. Half of this note was found on a dead pirate. The other half was hidden in her cigarette tin.
They most certainly match. These Chinese characters seem so familiar.
Jamesy McArdle, shipping symbol.
Say, now, that's queer. If I didn't know better, I'd swear I wrote those characters myself.
I'll swear you wrote them before any court.
Now, just a minute, Captain Gaskell. It's one thing to insinuate and quite another thing
Save
to...
your breath, Jamesy. We caught 2 of your men. They talked. Now then, how did you get the ship's guns? You couldn't have done a thing without them.
Well, you've been giving all the answers. Don't stop now.
All right, I won't. Dolly, you were the only one beside myself who knew where the key to the gunroom was. You took it out of my cabin, didn't you? You waited your chance and lifted it and gave it to Jamesy, didn't you? What a vicious little snake you are.
What's that to you?
Getting into my cabin because I trusted you.
Trust? When did you ever show any trust?
Sneaking in to do a double cross.
I did not.
Turning on your own people.
I didn't. I tell you I didn't.
You did. You sold out every decent person on this ship.
All right, I did. I took that key and I gave it to Jamesy. But why don't you ask me the reason why? I came to your cabin. I tried to warn you. You kicked me out.
Last night? Is that why you came in?
Yeah, last night. I'd have stuck with you, Alan. I'd have fought the whole darn world with you, but you wised me up to myself, all right. You taught me something last night. When a woman can love a man with every bit of her down to her fingernails, she can hate him in the same way. Now call your cops. Call every cop in the world. If you can dish it out, I can take it.
You fool. You hot-headed, crazy, wonderful fool. So, that's the way it is, Sybil, and I thought you ought to know before you went ashore.
How long do you think you'll be held here, Alan?
Well, that's hard to say. A few months, maybe. There'll be the trial, of course, and then I really should help you get the ship in shape. That's the least I can do. You understand.
Perfectly. I'll take the next P&O boat home. Alan, I came 15,000 miles to find you, and now you're farther away than ever.
Why, I think that's what I've been trying to tell you. Goodbye, Sybil.
Goodbye, Alan.
Well, Alan, the bank messages have come aboard for the gold.
I'm glad to get rid of it, Sir Guy. They'll find it in the chief engineer's toolbox.
Toolbox? Oh, I say, that's awfully good. I should never have thought of looking for it there.
That's what I figured. Excuse me. Dolly.
Okay, I'm ready. You put the handcuffs on here or wait till we get ashore?
There won't be any handcuffs. Jamesy wants to take the whole rap. Says he forced you into it.
I don't want any favors. I'll take what's coming to me.
You'll do what I say.
Oh, yeah? Why should I?
Because I don't want my wife in jail.
Well, if you think that you... Wife? Did you say wife?
Suppose I did.
But what about her, Mrs. You know?
Yes, she's gone. She's taking the next boat home.
Oh, but Alan, you love her.
Well, sure I love her. But not the way I love you, Dolly. When I thought of Jamesy making a pass at you...
Oh, no, Alan, you can't. It wouldn't be fair. A no good dame like me.
I'll decide about that.
You mean you really would? You'd really marry me?
Well, not if you're going to make it such a blasted favor.
Oh, gee, Alan, you great big gorgeous sap.
Thank you. Thank you, Clark Gable, Anna Lee, Lucille Ball, and Douglas Dumbrill for your delightful performances. The Lady Esther Screen Guild players are grateful indeed that you could be our guests.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. We are all aware what fine work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and Clinic. We know that the benefits from this program support that work, and that makes our annual appearance with the Lady Esther Screen Guild players a real pleasure. We'll be back soon, and now, before we tell you about next week's program, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Ladies, do you know why I keep urging you to make the Lady Esther patch test? Because seeing is believing. And I want you to see with your own eyes exactly what happens when you apply Lady Esther 4-Purpose Face Cream to one cheek or some one part of your face. I want you to see the radiant new look of freshness and beauty that patch of skin takes on compared to the skin around it. And I want you to feel the difference. Feel how the dry, rough flakes have disappeared. So if you haven't made the patch test, please try it. Just rub some Lady Esther face cream on one cheek or some other section of your face. Just rub it on, wipe it off, and that's all there is to the patch test. But what you see in your mirror will astonish you, for that patch of skin will glow with new freshness and clarity, will look brighter and smoother than any of the skin around it. And when you touch it with your fingers, you'll discover that it's taken on a silky, petal-smooth softness, that the roughness and dryness are gone. And remember, you can prove all this so easily in just 30 seconds with the patch test.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present San Diego, I Love You. It will star Edward Everett Horton, Louise Albritton, and John Hall. Be sure to listen. Clark Gable appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture Without Love. Hannah Lee can currently be seen in the United Artists release Summer Storm. Douglas Dumbrill will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Road to Utopia. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. 10 years ago, the town's most eligible bachelor, George Cougat, married socially prominent Elizabeth Elliott. The lavish wedding kept the society columns all over the country in copy for weeks. The New Yorker said,
"Bride and groom were dressed to the nth degree of smartness. Best man was a polo pony."
The Hearst papers said,
"The bride and groom were dressed handsomely in attractive comments from guest Douglas MacArthur."
And the Reader's Digest said,
"The bride and groom were dressed."
Well, after the honeymoon, George sold his polo pony, bought a stylish suburban home, took the first job that came along, 5th vice president of a bank. And now the Cougats are just George and Liz, two people who live together and like it. George says,
"When I married Liz, she didn't know a thing about keeping house. She couldn't cook, she couldn't sew, she couldn't clean. But later she overcame this lack of domesticity in a most ingenious manner."
Liz says,
"I got a maid."
And now, let's take a peek at the Cougats. It's early morning, and there's husband George at the breakfast table. But where's wife, Liz? Oh, there she is, upstairs in the bedroom with Katie, the maid. Well, this is certainly unusual. Liz is getting into a formal evening gown. Let me check again. It's only 5 minutes after 9. Well, surely there's a reason for wearing an evening gown at this early hour.
Oh, just a little more, Katie. Can you get the zipper up now?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, the zipper's up.
Oh, how does it look, Katie? Would you consider it too slinky?
There's hardly enough of it to tell. If you'll pardon me, Mrs. Cougat, I've seen more cloth on a Roquefort cheese.
It isn't as skimpy as all that. Now, where's my corsage?
Oh, here it is, ma'am.
I'll just pin it on here. No, maybe here.
Well, what's wrong, Mrs. Cougar?
There's no place to pin it.
I'll get you a gown that has a little more to it, Mrs. Cougar. But then...
Then what, Kitty?
You are having your portrait painted today, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, then maybe you'd better wear the gown you have on.
Why?
Well, as long as you're paying for a portrait, you might as well have as much of you in the picture as possible.
No, Katie, we might move to Boston someday, and I wouldn't want my portrait banned.
Oh, here's a more sensible gown, ma'am. Have you told Mr. Cougat about the painter coming today?
Not yet, Katie. I'll tell him at breakfast. Now hurry and get me out of this tight thing. I feel like a 10-inch weenie in a 5-inch roll. Good morning, George, darling.
Good morning, Liz. You're looking very...
George, what's wrong?
That evening gown.
Well, you've seen me wearing an evening gown before.
Well, I've seen you wearing galoshes, too, but not at breakfast.
Of course not. It never rains under the table. Darling, the reason I'm wearing this gown is because I'm going to have my portrait painted. The artist is coming this morning.
Having your portrait painted?
Mm-hmm.
What in the world for?
Well, Alice Sturm had herself sketched, so...
Alice Sturm, I might have known. The old story of keeping up with the Joneses.
It's nothing like that, George. This is entirely different. This is keeping up with the Sturmses.
Darling, when Alice Sturm gave a party for an opera star, we had to give one for the Hall Johnson Choir. When Alice goes to Catalina, we have to go to Hawaii. Believe me, the day Alice Sturm has quintuplets, I want to be in Mexico.
Well, what about me?
And just where is this masterpiece going to be painted?
Right here, and by a very good artist, too. His name is Damon Welch. He'll be here in a little while.
I get a kick out of those artist characters. I can hardly wait to see him. He'll probably be wearing a pink beret and have a rose clinched between his teeth. Long artistic fingers hanging down and sticking in the tops of his shoes.
No. I heard Damon Welch is different from other artists, George. They say he's very big and strong and muscular, like, who's that rugged, tall actor in the movies? You know, the one with the big arms and broad shoulders.
Marjorie Main.
No, Victor Mature.
Oh, well, don't be silly, Liz. Artists are all the same. They wear berets, live in attics, and smell of spiders.
Hello, George. Liz.
Oh, it's Corey. Come on up, Corey.
Cartwright here, Bachelor Deluxe, Damsel Delight, the kind of man you'd like to marry your sister.
If you hated your sister.
How are you this morning, party boy?
No party last night, George, but did I meet a beautiful creature? She had a smile like Lana Turner, a voice like Dinah Shore, and she kissed like Paulette Goddard.
What do? Date her or buy tickets to her?
Don't speak lightly of this woman, Liz, for I think that at last Corey Cartwright is in love.
You, Corey?
Yes, George. I feel that this is the real thing. I think I shall marry this girl.
Corey, that's wonderful. What's her name? Where does she live?
Darn, I knew I forgot something. Hey, Liz, I just noticed you're wearing an evening gown.
Yes, do you like it?
It's nice, but isn't this awfully late to be getting home?
Oh.
Liz is having her portrait painted, Corey. Some artist named Damon Welch is coming over this morning.
Damon Welch?
You've heard of him, Corey?
Heard of him? That's all Alice Sturm talks about since he sketched her. I hear he has big blue eyes, curly hair, muscles galore, a tan complexion, and stands about 12 feet tall.
Really now, Corey, 12 feet tall.
Maybe it is a slight exaggeration, but I understand that before he painted portraits, he used to paint rooftops. Without a ladder.
Well, anybody could do that if they had a long brush.
Or a short house.
Well, what do I care what he's like? Excuse me, I have to make a phone call.
Who are you calling this early, darling?
The time operator. My watch has been acting up again.
Well, maybe Corey has the right time.
No, I left my watch home on my other wrist.
At the tone, the time will be 9:42 and 1/4.
9:42. Have to be getting down to the bank.
Right with you, George. I have a luncheon date with a girl who was a gorgeous blonde yesterday, and I'm anxious to find out what she is today.
Kiss me goodbye, George. Your kisses give me strength for the day.
When Corey Cartwright kisses them, they stay charged up for a month.
Bye, darling.
Bye-bye, Liz.
Bye.
Are you really going to the bank today, George, or are you just faking?
Huh? What are you talking about?
With that Damon Welch coming to your house today, I figured maybe you're going to sneak out and hide in the garage.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about it. Doesn't worry me in the least.
It would if you heard what Howie Stern calls that artist.
Why, what does he call him?
A weasel with an easel.
Come on, get in the car, Corey.
Hey, don't start the motor yet, George. The artist just pulled up in your driveway. Maybe we can get a look at him.
Good. I'm still betting he has a rose between his teeth.
He's getting out of his car. Holy mackerel, George. He looks like the Empire State Building with a turtleneck sweater.
Oh, he's not so much. I bet he pads that sweater with cotton.
If he does, he must have the whole plantation and Uncle Tom's cabin under there. Look at those shoulders, George, and that chest.
Corey, it doesn't take much to have broad shoulders and a big chest. All you need are muscles. Let's go.
Did you see that thick neck, George? Those pretty blue eyes?
So what? My neck isn't as thick, maybe, but I have a nice neck. And look at my Adam's apple, Corey. That guy didn't have anywhere near the Adam's apple I have.
Oh, if there's anything that'll keep a home together, it's a big Adam's apple.
And as far as his blue eyes are concerned, my eyes are blue, too. Look at my eyes, Corey. See the pretty blue?
Kind of hard to see the blue right now, George. Your face is so green.
All right, woman, face to the left. I cannot paint your portrait unless you cooperate.
Mr. Welch, I've told you a dozen times my name is Elizabeth Cougar, not woman.
Very well, Mrs. Cougar. Now be quiet, woman.
Well, one consolation, at least you know what I am.
Your dress gives you away. I don't like your nose. I shall not paint it that way.
But I like my nose. It's a good nose. Don't change it. I've had it so long now it seems like almost a part of me.
Be still, woman.
You're very rough, Mr. Welch.
Woman, you're looking at a man who's painted the forests of Oregon and at the same time worked as a lumberjack. Sawing, climbing, cutting, and chopping. One day, the man next to me was crushed by a falling redwood. I've seen many rough things. This is a man's world. That's why I'm rough.
Did it kill him, the man the tree fell on?
To coin a quaint old phrase, he was a real gone lumberjack.
You know, Mr. Welch, you and my husband have a lot in common. He lives a rugged life, too.
What does your husband do?
He's a banker.
Oh. Well, that is rugged.
It's plenty rugged. He goes to work every morning at 10 and doesn't get home until after 3.
Just what's rugged about that?
He has an uncomfortable office.
Liz, are you here?
Oh, you're home early, darling.
Hi, honey. How's the portrait coming? All finished, huh?
Oh, no, Damon will be back tomorrow.
Damon? You call him Damon?
Yes, now. He was terribly cold at first, but he warmed up.
How warm did he get?
Oh, George, I've just got to tell you all about him. You wouldn't believe that just an artist could have lived so much.
Too bad he lived so long.
What'd you say, dear?
I said too bad he had to run along.
You know, men certainly are misleading. Take Damon, for instance. There he is, an artist, but he's worked in the Oregon forest, and believe it or not, he's chopped down giant redwood trees.
Well, I cut down the tree in the yard, the one that made the lawn so unsightly.
That wasn't a tree, dear. That was a laundry pole.
Well, it was a tree once.
Did you notice Damon when you were leaving this morning? He came in right after you'd left with Corey.
Yes, I think I did. He was struggling to get his car door open. Didn't seem to have much strength. A tall, unhealthy-looking chap, as I recall. A padded sweater.
Damon? Oh, George, I don't think so. He's huge with big muscles and a terrific tan.
Yes, Liz, but I'm sure that under that tan there's a naturally pale face.
George, what are you looking for?
Oh, nothing. Oh, say, look at this. My old photograph album. Look here. This picture of me at the beach. You notice the muscles?
Oh, yes. That was the day you and Jimmy Paterno and Howie Sturm and the whole gang made the human pyramid.
Yeah.
Takes a lot of strength to support all those men.
Yes, it does. Look at my muscles.
Oh, there you are, right on top.
Oh, it takes a lot of strength to stay on top. There was quite a breeze that day.
Here's the picture I like. You and me in a rowboat at Simmons Park. Look, your sleeves are rolled up. Say, your arms were pretty big.
Of course. Of course.
I can't remember why I was rowing.
Well, I was saving my strength for the potato race. Are you sure you love me, Liz?
Oh, silly. Of course I love you. Why shouldn't I love you? Kiss me.
Feel those strong arms around you?
Mm-hmm.
I'm plenty strong, Liz. Way back in kindergarten, I used to beat up all the little kids.
I'll just bet you still could. Kiss me again, sweetheart.
Liz, are you positive you love me? I'm the only one, nobody else?
Oh, don't talk such nonsense. Just hug me tighter. Make believe I'm a tube of toothpaste and pop my cap off.
Oh, that's swell. I feel great now.
Oh, George, I was thinking today, you don't have any hobbies. I believe I know of an interesting one for you.
No hobbies? I have my bird collection. 6 starlings and a dicky bird. What did you have in mind?
Why don't you take up painting as a hobby?
Painting? Oh, Liz, I'm going to bed.
Going to bed? Don't you want your dinner?
I won't need any dinner. I'll just go upstairs, pull the covers over my head, and eat my heart out.
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of my favorite husband, George Cugat, and his favorite wife, Liz, who, like most married couples, alternate in making each other first happy and then miserable. Well, at the moment, Liz is in the middle of having her portrait painted by the handsome and virile artist, Damon Welch. This makes Liz quite happy, and George quite miserable. Now George thinks this is quite wrong, and chances are he's quite right. And so he's decided it's quite time he did something about it. It's the next morning. Quite.
George, darling, you aren't eating your breakfast.
Oh, I'm not very hungry, Liz. Didn't sleep last night. I'm going to stay home today.
Stay home? George, are you ill?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sick. Awfully sick.
What's wrong?
Oh, I don't know, Liz. Maybe it's painter's colic.
Painter's colic?
That is, the inside of my mouth feels like a brush.
I'd better call Dr. Buell.
What do I want with a doctor?
Well, you just said you were sick.
Oh, yeah. Call a doctor.
Oh, it's Damon. Katie!
I saw him coming, Mrs. Cougar. Oh, good morning, Mr. Wells.
Good morning, woman. Step aside and let Genius enter.
I wish he'd slammed the door on his genius.
Good morning, woman.
Good morning, Damon. This is my husband, George.
You may just call me Man.
George isn't feeling well, Damon. I'm going to call the doctor.
What's wrong with him? He looks well enough. Trouble with you, Cougar, is that soft, decadent living has finally caught up with you. You should get out of doors, do some exercises. Run the mile, do some chin-ups, push-ups, chop some wood, mow the lawn, pull some weights.
Tote that barge, lift that bale.
Oh. Liz, call the doctor now. I'm worn out.
All right, George. Let me have a look down your throat.
Certainly, Dr. Buell.
Doc down there. Don't swallow, George. This is my best flashlight. There's nothing wrong there. Exactly what seems to be the trouble, George?
Well, Doctor, I feel kind of things. First it starts, then it stops, then it goes again, then it backs up, and then it twists completely around. What does it sound like to you?
A woman driver. Come on now, George. Tell me what's wrong.
Well, Doctor, you see, Liz is having her portrait painted by some artist who has muscles so big they get up and walk around, and I just...
Oh, I believe I can diagnose your case now, George. Acute jealousy-itis.
Is that anything like borderline anemia?
Jealousy-itis is serious only if it isn't checked early. Fortunately, I believe I have with me the very thing you need to snap you out of it. Miss McCarthy, I just happen to have my nurse with me.
Nurse? I don't need a nurse.
Yes, Doctor?
Marianne, this is Mr. Cougat, our newest patient.
I tell you, I don't need it. Oh, how do you do? Forgive me for not standing up in bed, but I only have on the pajama tops.
Patient's ill enough to require a nurse, Doctor?
Well, he said he wasn't. What about it, George?
Oh, I ain't long for this world.
Sit still, woman. I cannot paint your portrait unless you relax. I don't make moving pictures, you know.
Well, when are you going to paint in my hair? You still have me bald-headed. I don't like myself bald-headed. I look like my mother was frightened by Guy Kibbe.
I'll paint in your hair when I see fit, woman, and not a second sooner. Until that time, you'll remain an egghead and like it.
Damon, do you ever smile?
I laugh sometimes. My sense of humor is a bit unusual, however, not on the beaten path.
Well, what's funny to you?
Well, I laughed heartily when my friend Chadwick fell from the roof of the school in Paris.
Did Chadwick see the humor in it?
Oh, he screamed. Yes, I'll never forget it. Fractured half the bones in his body.
Yes, he must have been all broken up.
Miss McCarthy, did you hear that? My wife and the painter were laughing down there in the study. What could they have been laughing at?
You have a steamboat in the house, Mr. Cougat.
Steamboat? Well, of course not.
Well, then they couldn't be laughing at Fulton.
Oh, I'm serious, Miss McCarthy. I don't like them to be laughing. I'm going downstairs. Hello?
Hello, darling. What are you doing out of bed?
I heard some laughing. What was all the laughing about?
Oh, Damon was telling jokes.
Oh, how nice. Mind if I stay a while?
I know one person who objects. I cannot paint with an audience.
What a horrible painting.
George.
No, let him criticize. All genius must be criticized. But I still do not want him around. Out. Take your linted bathrobe with you.
Well, as long as you're busy, I'll go back upstairs.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, goodbye.
Yes, goodbye. Nice trip. Be sure and write us.
Oh, Damon, you know something? I think my husband came downstairs because he's jealous.
Jealous? Jealousy is stupidity. Yes, I guess he could be jealous.
Well, I'm glad he's jealous. Oh, it makes me feel that I'm wanted.
You are. I want you to sit still. You never get jealous of Mr. Cougat, do you? I mean, the fact that he's upstairs right now with that attractive nurse. That doesn't faze you in the least.
Of course not. Good old faithful George. What was that?
What?
Damon, that was George and that nurse.
Oh, so? You aren't worried about good old faithful George, are you?
Certainly not. I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
I got to see a man about a nurse. Hello. May I come in?
Yes, Mrs. Cougat, but you mustn't stay long. I have a naughty boy on my hands, and I don't want him to get excited.
That's why I came up. How are you, George?
Oh, it's awful. I just had a relapse. I accidentally plugged my electric heating pad into the radio, and H.V. Kaltenborn got in bed with me.
He's delirious.
Yes. You better go, Mrs. Cougat.
Yes, I'll, goodbye, George. Miss McCarthy, wouldn't you like to come downstairs and boil a few thermometers or something?
I'll be right here with Mr. Cougat.
Well, bye, George.
He's gone now, Mr. Cougat. Why were you playing sick?
Because I wanted sympathy. Lots of sympathy. You know something, McCarthy? I think Liz came up only because she was jealous. She must have heard us laughing. You know what that means?
My capacity of a registered nurse, I'd say she has clean ears.
It means she loves me and worries about me. She's jealous.
Then you need have no further worry over the painter.
None whatever. He'll be laughing again soon, but I won't worry about it. I wonder why they aren't laughing. McCarthy, they're not laughing.
Doesn't that please you, Mr. Cougat?
No, they should be laughing.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going down there and find out why they're so darn quiet. Where is he? I'll break him in half.
He's gone, George.
Gone? He's not here anymore?
I had to get rid of him, darling.
Why did you have to get rid of him?
Because I knew that if he left, you'd stop playing sick, and then Miss McCarthy could get the heck out of here.
Oh. Were you a little jealous of Miss McCarthy?
Of course not, but I know you were jealous of Damon.
That's ridiculous.
George.
Yes, Liz.
Who do we think we're kidding?
So he left, huh, George?
Yes, Corey. He left.
And George was really very nice to him.
How lucky you were, George. Suppose, instead of going quietly, the man with the big muscles had gotten tough with you.
Oh, Corey, you're just trying to stir me up.
No, seriously. What would you have done if the painter had wanted to fight? Oh, I'm sorry, George. I shouldn't embarrass you this way in front of Liz.
If Damon had wanted to fight, George would have fought, wouldn't you, darling? Wouldn't you, George?
Why, certainly. If I had his phone number, I'd call him up right now and tell him a thing or two.
Oh, I have his phone number, dear. Here.
Oh, well, thanks.
When Damon answers the phone, I'll catch you, George.
Hello, Damon. This is George Cougat. I've changed my mind about being nice to you. If you want to fight, just come over here whenever you feel like getting knocked for a loop. You got anything to say to that?
At the tone, the time will be 9:27 1/4.
Well.
George Cougat, kiss me. Kiss me this very instant.
Why right now?
Because you've got your dander up, and you're just dandy with your dander up.
In just a moment, Lucille Ball and Richard Denning will be back with us. Here's a friendly suggestion that may mean a lot to your own happiness. Why don't you call your family together one evening soon and say, is there anything else any of us can do in cooperation with others for the good of our community? You may find that somebody will come forward with the news of a community project that you haven't heard of. Maybe it has to do with Scouts or 4-H clubs or Red Cross. Well, there'll be an opportunity for service, something you'll like to grab hold of. For you know that what you're doing is more than helping make your life and your families and your neighbors better. By positive action toward improving the place where you live, you help preserve something we prize highly. That's freedom. You show that you agree with the statement that freedom is everybody's job.
George, are you asleep?
No, darling. I'm not asleep.
Do you love me, baby?
Yes, I love you.
How much?
Lots.
Well, in terms of pounds, how much do you love me? 3 pounds, 6 pounds, 7 pounds?
12 tons.
I love you 100 tons.
You have a bigger truck.
George, no matter what happens, will you still love me, even when I'm old?
I'll still love you when you're old.
Will you take me out?
Yes, dear. I'll wheel you around the block every day.
George, something strange happened to Katie tonight.
Really? What was that?
Well, tonight around 9:27, Katie picked up the phone extension in the kitchen and heard a man shouting at the time operator. Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, A Night to Remember. The starring players...
This is Lucille Ball.
This is Brian Dunleavy.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Columbia Pictures' comedy of murder and blackmail in Greenwich Village, A Night to Remember. It stars Brian Donlevy as Jeffrey Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife, Nancy. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in A Night to Remember.
The address was 39 Gay Street, New York. I had a strange feeling about the place right from the start. First the scream, and then...
Jeff, there's something crawling across the floor.
39 Gay Street, New York. You know, an artist might call that Greenwich Village. A social worker might call it the slums. Sure, I pointed all that out to Nancy, but she was sort of sensitive, I guess, because, you see, she'd rented the place without even asking me, and, well, anyway, you know how women are.
Now, Jeff, I've said it all before.
Many times, darling.
And I'll say it again. If you're going to write a novel about Greenwich Village, then you
ought to live in Greenwich Village.
You funny man.
Quite frankly, I didn't like number 39 Gay Street. I don't think you would have liked it either. One of those musty old brownstone fronts they'd cut up into small apartments. And when we went up the steps that night and entered the hall, our landlord wasn't exactly overjoyed to see us.
I wasn't expecting you, Mrs. Troy. And not till Thursday.
Well, I thought as long as the apartment was vacant. You see, my husband is a writer, and he's very anxious to get to work.
Yes, we'll be glad to pay you for the 3 extra days.
Oh, no, it isn't that. No. You see, I haven't had the lights turned on, and the apartment isn't cleaned yet. And, perhaps if you'd have stayed at a hotel tonight, by tomorrow I could have everything ready.
Oh, but our furniture's on the way from Connecticut. It ought to be here in an hour or so. I guess we'll just have to... Jeff, what was that?
Well, it wasn't the 6 o'clock whistle.
It came from downstairs.
Mrs. Troy, I assure you it's nothing at all.
Mr. Turner, it happened again.
Oh, what happened?
Down in the basement, that thing, whatever it is, it crawled across my feet.
Stop that, Mrs. Hunter. Stop it at once. Now, you go to my apartment and wait for me there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Say, what did she mean?
Oh, you mustn't mind her, Mr. Troy. She's my janitor, you see. An excellent worker, strong as an ox, but when she works in the basement, she gets hallucinations. That's absurd, isn't it?
Yeah, silly. Well, if you'll lend us some candles, Mr. Turner, we'll have a look at our little nest. Come along, Nancy. Let's you and me go up, huh?
Jeff, It isn't up, it's down.
Well, then let's go down and see our little... Down?
I forgot to tell you, it's the basement apartment.
It didn't look so bad by candlelight. The living room was pretty fair size. One door opening on the street and another opening on the hall. And the bedroom had a door that opened right on a garden. That's what had Nancy so excited.
Oh, just imagine, darling, a garden right outside your bedroom in the heart of New York. Why, we can even have a victory garden.
Mm-hmm. Good soil, too. Lots of iron in it.
How do you know?
Well, isn't that a horseshoe lying there?
Jeff, you found a lucky piece. Pick it up.
Where'll I wear it?
You just hold it tight and make a wish.
Oh. Okay, I've made it.
What'd you wish?
Well, while we're waiting for our furniture, I wish we could find a restaurant where they still have some steaks. Cute name for a restaurant. Polly's Stable. Must be a good place to put on the feed bag.
You funny man.
Good evening, folks. How's everything?
Well, the martinis are swell, but I need some toast.
Toast? What kind? White or rye?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I just want to stick it under the leg of this table.
Look, Jeff, while you order dinner, I'll go and phone the cleaners about our drapes.
Well, I'm pretty hungry, Nancy. Will you be back soon?
Uh-huh, and 2 shakes of a dry martini.
Hey, listen, I've had about enough stalling. You meet me tonight or it's going to be curtains.
Gosh, that's in the next booth.
Yeah, let's meet the same place as before. 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment. You heard me. That's all.
39 Gay Street? The basement apartment? Oh, gee. Jeff, while I was in that telephone booth, Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize the waitress was still here.
She isn't the waitress. She owns the joint. Darling, meet Polly. Polly, meet Darling.
Hello, darling.
How do you do?
Now, Nancy, you were saying...
Jeff, you see that man at the bar with the hair growing down his forehead and the scar on his chin?
Uh-huh.
Well, I heard him threatening someone in the next booth, telling him to meet him in our apartment.
Well, they couldn't meet in the telephone booth, so I guess if they want... Our apartment?
I distinctly heard him say 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment.
39 Gay Street?
Yes, do you know the place?
Oh, sure. I live there myself on the second floor.
Oh, you do? Well, then maybe you know who that...
Excuse me, we're awful busy tonight. See you later, folks. Enjoy your dinner.
Jeff, she acted so strangely. What's it all about?
Oh, I think I better find out. I'm going over and have a talk with that guy.
No, Jeff, don't.
Well, now you just wait there, Nancy. Hiya, pal.
I'm not your pal, and keep your hands to yourself.
Hey, just a minute. Who do you think you're shoving?
Don't like it, huh?
No.
Well, maybe you'll like this better.
Jeff, darling, open your eyes. Speak to me.
Is that guy still here?
No. He's gone. He ran out.
Okay, honey. What'll we talk about?
My hero. Now you'll need 2 steaks, one for your stomach and one for your eye.
Huh? Home, sweet home. And there's no place on earth I'd rather not be.
Jeff, it's awfully dark in here.
Yeah, lucky we bought these extra candles. Well, there we are. That gives us some light.
But don't you understand? I left a candle lit when we went out to dinner.
Oh, well, it must have blown out. Any little draft could... Ouch!
What's the matter?
Oh, my foot. I stubbed my toe. Hey, look. It's that darn horseshoe. My lucky piece, no less.
That's odd. What's it doing on the floor? You put it on the windowsill.
Say, that's right. How did it get on the...
Jeff, listen, you hear that noise?
Sounds like water running in the bathroom. I'd better have a look, huh?
Hey, not without me.
All right, here. Put the candle down on the floor.
Right.
That's it. Steady now. You with me, Nancy? Nancy!
Jeff, look. That candle is moving.
Gosh.
Hey, what's so funny?
Look, it's a turtle. It must have come in from the garden. You put the candle right down on its back. Hey, I'll bet that's what's been scaring Mrs. Salter, too. Come on, now let's have a look at that bathroom. There you are, Nancy. You see? Just some water running out of the tub.
That's what I mean. Where'd the water come from?
Well,
We didn't fill that tub.
That's right. We didn't. Oh, I know. That guy from the restaurant came in here to take a bath, but he was very modest, so he blew out the candle. And he pitched horseshoes to dry himself off.
You funny man.
Oh, well, there's no use getting all upset, Nancy. Ooh, what's that?
Maybe he's back again. Jeff, don't go.
Don't worry, I'm not.
Anybody home? Got a load of furniture here.
Oh, it's just the furniture.
Yeah. Imagine being scared by an overstuffed chair. It was quiet enough the rest of that night, but in the morning things really started to happen. First of all, the police woke us up.
Sorry to get you folks out of bed, but the neighbors complain. Fella lying in your garden without any clothes.
In our garden? Well, he's got a nerve. Well, go on out there and get him out of there. Wake him up.
Well, I wish I could. He happens to be dead.
And then later, when they had us look at the corpse, Nancy had to go and blurt.
Why, Jeff, it's the man you had a fight with in the restaurant last night.
Now, just let me get this straight, Mr. Troy, about this exchange of blows last night.
Inspector, there wasn't any exchange. Only 2 blows were struck. He struck my husband, and my husband struck the floor.
Ah, no, Nancy, I pushed him once, didn't I?
Now, what's one little push? You didn't murder him, did you?
Who, me?
Say, Inspector.
Yes, Balling?
I got a little dope for you. The guy's name was Kaufman, Louis Kaufman. Had an apartment up on the 3rd floor.
Who told you that?
Oh, you wouldn't guess in a million years. Remember during Prohibition, this place was a speakeasy? Joe's place it was called. And Joe had a partner.
Eddie Turner.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, we grilled him, and when Joe disappeared, well, little Eddie's still around. In fact, he's a landlord of this joint.
That's interesting.
Inspector Hankins?
Yeah?
My name is Lingle. I have an apartment in this building.
That's right, Chief. I got his name on the list.
I want you to know, sir, if I can help in any way.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lingle. We may call on you.
Oh, I'm in the phone book. The Lingle Art Studios. Any time at all, Inspector. Any time at all.
Inspector, if you don't mind my putting in a word.
Not at all, Mr. Troy.
Well, I think you should have questioned him. After that conversation my wife overheard, you should question everyone in this house.
Mr. Troy, remember, you live here, too.
Oh, that's silly. Jeff isn't the murderous type.
Well, I didn't say he was. Come on, Balling, let's go up and look at Kaufman's apartment.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Just look at these books. Murder in the Laundry, Murder in the Air, Murder in the Subway. Must be a couple of dozen of them. Somebody got murder on the brain.
Mr. Troy, you said you were a novelist? You didn't by chance...
You bet. I wrote every one of them. Murder Mysteries by Jeffrey Yort. That's my name spelled backwards. TroyYort. You get it?
Yes. Didn't you write a book called Murder in Prison?
I sure did. How'd you like it, Inspector?
Well, I thought it was the kind of a detective story that knits.
Knits? Oh, you mean all the clues fall into one place?
No, I mean knits. Knits. You spell that backwards, too.
K-N-I-S-T-I-N...
Mr. Hankins, you're not a detective. You're a critic.
Well, I guess that made me pretty mad. Made me want to show the inspector up, so while Nancy was throwing some breakfast together, I sort of wandered through the halls looking for clues. That was how I ran into Polly. You know, the girl we met the night before. Well, one thing led to another, and then she asked me in to have some coffee, and that's when it happened. I noticed a letter lying on the coffee table, and quite casually I read the address. To Mr. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. Only Polly seemed to get upset, and she made a grab for the letter, but I got it first, and just to tease her, you know, just for a gag, well, there we are, sort of wrestling for it, and I guess she has her arms around me when all of a sudden Nancy shows up.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's all right, sweet. We were just kidding around.
Yes, over this letter.
Well, when you get through playing post office, Mr. Troy, your breakfast is ready.
Say, I think she's mad.
I better go and explain. Nancy! Oh, Nancy, wait a minute.
You stay away from me, you bluebeard.
Oh, Nancy, you're not jealous, darling. That's silly.
You're never jealous, I suppose.
Of course I'm not.
How about when the butcher saved me that roast? You weren't jealous. Oh, no, just mad enough to kill, that's all.
Darling, shh.
I will not shh. You were mad enough to kill.
Say, Mr. Troy, I want to speak to you.
Oh, now look what you've done.
Let's get down to your apartment, folks. A few more questions I'd like to ask. Mr. Troy, did you ever see this horseshoe before?
Oh, sure. That's my lucky piece.
Wasn't so lucky for Louis Kaufman.
What do you mean?
I mean, there's dried blood on it. And these strands of hair are from the dead man's head.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that this horseshoe was the murder weapon?
Now you're getting hot, and I do mean hot.
Oh, say, Chief, we checked the fingerprints on that horseshoe. They're his, all right.
Whose?
Yours.
Oh.
Okay, Troy. Get your hat and coat.
Wait a minute. He hasn't done anything. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Jeff, darling, don't go. You haven't even had your breakfast.
That's all right, baby. Don't you worry. I had a cup of coffee upstairs with Polly.
Oh, with Polly. Take him along, Inspector, and I hope he gets light.
Lady Esther has presented Act One of A Night to Remember, starring Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy. In just a moment, we will hear the Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Act Two. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Every time I see the rush for new spring bonnets, I think how much wiser those women would be to get themselves a new spring face. I can almost hear you say that's not so easy. But it is. Do you realize that the face powder you use can either make your skin look old, dry, and lifeless, or it can do just the reverse? It can make your skin look so radiantly fresh and alive that people instinctively turn to look at you. Lady Esther face powder is made altogether differently from other powders. It is deliberately planned to make your skin look more youthful, smoother, more appealing, and one thing more, to keep you more attractive for hours and hours. You see, my Lady Esther face powder isn't mixed in the usual way. It's blown by twin hurricanes, blown with such terrific force that all the tiny particles of color and powder are merged into a smooth, velvety blending. This method transforms Lady Esther face powder, transforms it from the ordinary powdery particles that blow right off into a delicate film of beauty that clings to your face for hours. You'll feel and see the difference the instant your puff touches your face. You'll see how wonderfully smooth your skin becomes, how little lines and blemishes disappear. Try Lady Esther face powder and look more youthful, more glamorous, not just for minutes, but for hours and hours.
Chester presents the second act of A Night to Remember, starring Brian Donlevy as Jeff Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife Nancy. Jeff continues our story.
Well, they kept me down at headquarters all that day. But then some new development turns up, so that evening they let me go. Nothing else happened till late that night. I guess I must have been sleeping pretty soundly when...
Jeff, wake up.
What's the matter now?
There's somebody in this apartment. I can hear him walking around.
Well, tell him to sit down. In this apartment?
Shh. Hear that sound?
I wish I didn't.
Don't go out there. You might get killed.
Yeah, I know. But if I just stay here and listen, I'll die of fright.
Your golf bag is standing here in the corner.
Huh?
Maybe you can hit him with a golf club.
I don't know. I could never hit a ball. Oh, well, we'll try it. Come on.
There he is, Jeff.
Huh?
I can see him outlined against the window.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't move now. I've got you.
Oh, Jeff. Sure, you got him, only he didn't know about it. Now he's gone.
This is no time to argue, Nancy. Turn on the light.
Okay.
Hey, Nancy, look. He dropped his knife.
And knocked over the screen. If men weren't so clumsy, they'd...
Say, honey, this isn't our screen.
I know. Mr. Turner lent it to me to cover the window till our drapes got back.
Well, there must be something about this screen that... Sure. There it is. He was scraping something off with that knife. See it, Nancy? Something 07 West 12th Street.
That first number looks like it might be a 5.
507 West 12th. Hey, that sounds familiar. I wonder where I... Wait a minute. I know. 507 West 12th. That was what was on Polly's letter.
The one she had to wrestle you for?
And the name was Brule, Andrew Brule. And somebody didn't want us to know it.
Well, it wasn't Polly. It was a man.
Yeah, and it wasn't Turner. He's not that big.
Listen, who's that?
Why don't you ask?
Yes? Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Lingle. I heard a noise. I thought there might be some trouble. Can I be of any help?
Well, if you find a stray heart in your throat, it's mine.
It's all right, Mr. Lingle. Everything's under control, thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Good night.
Such a nice man, always wanting to help.
Well, that doesn't answer the question of Mr. Brule. Say, Nancy, call me a cab, will you? I'm going in and put some clothes on.
Jeff, it's after 1 o'clock.
Well, if Mr. Brule is a respectable guy, he'll be home and asleep. And I'm going to wake him up.
Oh, that's swell, except for one slight mistake.
Mistake?
Yes. We're going to wake him up.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, good evening, madam. I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's very urgent that I see Mr. Brule.
Ain't no Mr. Brule here, and it ain't evening, it's morning, and you ought to be ashamed. Good night.
Cute kid.
Jeff, are you sure you had the right address?
Absolutely positive. You know, Nancy, it's funny. His mail should be sent to a place where he doesn't even live. I think we ought to check with the post office, you know it?
Darling, not tonight.
Well, no, I guess it can wait till morning.
Here's the clerk now. Go ahead, Jeff. Ask him.
Yeah. My name is Brule. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. I haven't been getting my mail lately. Would you please check and see if there's something wrong?
Why, Mr. Brule, you gave us instructions over a year ago to hold all mail and general delivery. Don't you remember?
Well...
Oh, he's so absent-minded.
Oh, is that so?
He sometimes even forgets he's married.
Well, that certainly clears things up for me.
It does?
Mr. Brule, I guess you just forgot. You called up here about an hour ago.
I did?
Surely. You asked if anyone had tried to pick up your mail. Sounded kind of worried, too.
Oh, he's just the worrying type. Come along, dear. There are others waiting. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. Well, thanks, old man. Much obliged.
Not at all, Mr. Brule. Don't mention it.
Jeff, what do you think?
I think Mr. Brule is worrying, too. It's pretty clear now, Nancy. He's mixed up in this murder some way, and He knows that we've gotten a line on him. Well, the next thing, I guess he'll come after us.
Jeff, what do we do?
What can we do? Just sit tight and wait. And when he comes, we'll grab him.
Jeff, what time is it now?
Oh, just a few minutes to midnight.
Midnight?
Say, what are you so scared about? We've got all the lights on. I've got my trusty mid-iron here, and... Hey, the lights. Who turned those lights off?
Not me.
Huh? Ooh. Then it must have been the murderer. The fuse box is out there in the hall.
Jeff, there's something coming through the door.
Steady now. Steady, Nancy. Yeah. All right, you, whoever you are, you better give up. I got you covered.
Oh, Jeff!
I've got him.
Jeff!
Nancy, I got him. Give me a hand, will you?
Jeff!
Sock him with something, Nancy.
Yeah.
A chair, anything.
I'm coming, Jeff.
Hit him, Nancy.
I'll help you, darling. There, take that, you nasty man. I'll teach you to hurt Jeff. I'll teach you to...
Hey. What hit me?
Oh, Jeff, it's you. Oh, darling, I'm sorry. It's so dark in here.
Well, maybe it is, but I can see stars. Hey, the murderer. Where'd he go?
I don't know. That was a door, Jeff. He must have gone out.
Hey, listen. Police whistles. How did the cops get here?
How do you think? I called them this afternoon.
Oh, look, the lights are on again.
They must have fixed the fuse.
Say, did you call the cops or the electricians?
Nice work, Mr. Troy. We nabbed him all right.
Yeah? Who was it, Inspector?
Mr. Andrew Brule, alias Mr. Lingle.
Mr. Lingle? Who lives upstairs, the one who wanted to help?
Oh, that was a front. Like his art studios were just a front for his blackmailing.
Blackmailing?
Sure. He was collecting from every person in this house, and they didn't know that Brule and Lingle were one and the same.
But how could he blackmail all these people?
Oh, easy enough. Just get something on them that might embarrass them. Funny the things that people will try to hide. Since he only spoke over the phone to them, they never guessed who he was.
Yeah, but what about Kaufman? Why was he killed?
Well, I guess Kaufman was the only one who suspected the truth. And when he insisted on having a showdown, Lingle had to kill him to keep him quiet.
Well, I guess that's that case, Inspector. I sure am glad I was in on the finish.
Finish is right, Mr. Troy. Only it might have been yours.
Huh?
We just took this knife off Lingle. Pretty mean looking, isn't it?
You mean he was going to...
Mr. Troy, he's fainted.
Oh, dear. Jeff, open your eyes. Darling, get up. Please get up. You've got to get up, Jeff. You got your good suit on.
Thank you, Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy, for a most entertaining half hour.
Well, we ought to thank you, Mr. Bradley, because it's really been fun. And besides, all of us appreciate an invitation to play here because we know what wonderful work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house and clinic, a work made possible by these radio broadcasts. Brian Donlevy will be back in a moment, but first a word from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Ladies, if you've ever watched an artist paint a portrait, you know he can make his subject look younger or older just by the way he tones her skin. Think about that, because you do exactly the same thing with your face powder. You make your face look younger or older. Any artist studying my 9 different shades of Lady Esther face powder recognizes them at once as young skin tones. I proved what a difference they make in an experiment the other day. At a dinner party, a woman I'd never seen before was seated opposite me. She looked rather middle-aged, rather plain, and didn't attract much attention. After dinner, I struck up a conversation with her. Knowing my interest in beauty, she confided that she hated her drab, plain look. But it's my age, she said. What can I do? Well, we went into a dressing room, and I removed her hard, cakey makeup that made her face look so dry. Instead, I applied my own shade of Lady Esther face powder, which fortunately was her shade, too. She looked and looked. She was simply enchanted. Her face did seem altogether different, so radiant, so smooth, with almost a little girl freshness. It's all due, I explained, to the different way Lady Esther face powder is made. It's blown by twin hurricanes to give it those young, translucent shades, that velvety texture, and to keep it clinging to your skin for hours. Perhaps you'd like to try an experiment on your face. So why not get a box of Lady Esther face powder tonight?
And now, here again is Brian Donlevy.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. People are beginning to wonder how they will fare post-war. They're asking, will high incomes continue? Will there be jobs for all? Well, seriously, nobody knows, but we all know this. Money invested now in war bonds is the best way you can safeguard your post-war security. For every $3 you invest now in war bonds, you get $4 at maturity. And in an emergency, your bonds can be converted into cash any time. So isn't it plain good sense to buy all you can, put every cent you can spare into safe, profitable, patriotic war bonds? Thank you.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Dark Angel. It will star Donald Crisp, Merle Oberon, and Ronald Coleman. Be sure to listen. Lucille Ball appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of White Cliffs of Dover. Brian Donlevy appears through the courtesy of Paramount, producers of the Hitler Gang. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To try Lady Esther four-purpose face cream, just get the smallest size jar. Later, you can get the economical large jar and keep refilling the small one for convenience. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night, everyone.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens in The Dark Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The other day at the studio, Fred Colmar, prominent 20th Century Fox producer, was telling me how, a few years ago, when he was a young film executive, he chanced to see a Titian-haired young model whom he thought had great screen possibilities, Lucille Ball. Little did he dream that some years later he'd be starring that same Titian-haired beauty in his production and our play tonight, The Dark Corner, thereby vindicating his judgment. Co-starred with Miss Ball is another player who's risen rapidly to well-deserved eminence on the screen, Mark Stevens. Both superbly cast, I think you'll agree, in a hard-hitting melodrama of murder, mystery, and romance. And that reminds me of another mystery story, one concerning Lux Toilet Soap. It's from Mrs. Vivian Gardner of Santa Barbara, who discovered that for some weeks, Lux soap was mysteriously disappearing from her cupboard. After competent detective work, she finally traced it to her teenage daughter. That young lady said, "Why, Mother, I thought you knew. I just took the soap to put in my bureau as sachets because I just love the Lux toilet soap fragrance." Well, I'm sure Mrs. Gardner meted out to her daughter no more punishment than a compliment for her ingenuity and good taste. It's playtime and star time, and here they are. Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Bradford Galt in Act One of The Dark Corner. New York City, a sultry summer afternoon. In an old-fashioned office building, Detective Lieutenant Reeves is making a routine visit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It says on the door, Bradford Galt, private investigator. You're his secretary?
Yes, may I help you?
Lieutenant Reeves, Police Department.
Oh.
Yes, you can help me. If you know anything I want to know.
Well, I wouldn't know anything you couldn't find out by asking Mr. Galt. He'll be back in a minute.
Nice quality. Loyalty. How long have you been working for Galt?
Several weeks.
What do you know about him?
I like him.
Does he keep you busy?
I sharpen pencils, do the typing, answer the phone, and mind my own business.
Well, look who's here. Hello, Reeves.
Hello, Galt. What are you working on these days?
My income tax. Why?
Nothing special. Last time I called on you, you were on 6th Avenue. Why didn't you tell me you were moving your office over here?
Why should I? I notified the Commissioner of Licenses.
Yeah, but you didn't notify me. I like to know these things, too. I've taken a professional and personal interest in you. I promised my friends in San Francisco to see that you didn't get into mischief. You're an impulsive youth, you know.
Look, I got a fast shuffle out west. All I'm asking is a fair chance to work up a legitimate business. I'm playing this by the book, and I won't even trip over a comma.
I hope not. Okay, Galt. I'll see you around, I guess.
It's nearly 6 o'clock, Mr. Galt. I'll leave, too, if there's nothing else.
There is something else.
Oh?
Would you mind having dinner with me?
Is this part of the job?
It is tonight.
Working conditions are certainly looking up around here.
And party your nose, honey, and let's go.
Oh, dinner was lovely, Mr. Galt. Thank you.
You're welcome. Say, how'd you like to go dancing? We got some great playgrounds up around 52nd Street.
Among them, your apartment?
Oh, well, that's just a coincidence.
I haven't worked for you very long, but I know when you're pitching a curve at me, and I always carry a catcher's mitt.
No offense. The guy's got to try, doesn't he?
Not in my league, Mr. Galt. In my league, we play for keeps, said she with a smile.
Oh, well, maybe I ought to fire you then.
Before you do, I ought to tell you something. We're being followed.
I know. Guy in a white suit, about 5'10", brown hair, sports shoes.
I've never been followed before.
Hey, that's a terrible reflection on American manhood. It's been tailing us since we left the office.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe he likes your big blue eyes.
Do we just keep walking?
No. There's a cab at the corner. Take it. Go around the block, then park across from our office. Wait there till he comes out.
And you?
I'll invite the white suit up to the office for choir practice. After he sings, you follow him. Let me know where he goes.
Okay, but what have you been doing lately?
What do you think I've been doing?
Well, I think you could have been doing a lot of things. Because you're stubborn and impulsive and you think you're tough. You've got some blind spots, too.
Yeah? Name one.
Sentiment about women, for instance. You're afraid of emotion. You keep your heart in a steel safe.
I suppose you're the blowtorch type.
I can be warm.
Well, good. Here's the cab.
Be careful, Brad. I'll see you later.
All right, Buster.
Huh?
Let's take a walk.
Why?
Because there's a gun in my pocket that says you'd better. Come on. My office is just around the block.
I don't like this, mister. I don't like this at all.
Just stay in the chair. You travel light, don't you? Nothing in your pockets but a roll of nickels, some keys, and your wallet. But a roll of nickels will do for brass knuckles any day.
Brass knucks ain't legal. I just carry my change the hard way.
What's in the wallet?
$5.
Oh, no. No. More than that, Buster. An identification card. Fred Foss, huh? 728 East 23rd Street. All right, Freddie. Let's play 20 questions. You give me the right answers, maybe I won't knock your teeth out. What's your racket?
Same as yours, Private Dick.
That's the wrong answer. We don't go on a job without a license. Where's yours?
I left it home.
Okay. Let me coax you. I can do it the hard way, too. How long you been shagging me?
2 days. I was climbing in your pocket all the time.
Who pays the fare?
A client. You know I can't tell you his name. It ain't ethical.
Yeah, sure. You and me both. We're up to our ears in ethics.
Hey, lay off of me.
What's his name? Who's paying you?
What do you have to slug me for?
All right, take it easy. His name's Jardine.
Come again.
Anthony Jardine. Tall guy, fancy dresser, thinks he's class.
Where do you live?
You saw my address, 23rd Street, with my brother-in-law.
What's his phone number?
Chelsea, 43510. Go on. Phone him. See if I'm lying.
Just stand where you are, Foss.
What's the matter? No answer?
Hello?
Fred Foss there?
He ain't here.
When'll he be back?
I don't know. You want to tell me something?
No message. All right. Take your keys and your nickels. And if I catch you tailing me again, I'll ram that roll right down your throat.
Uh-oh.
Oh, now look what you've done. Knocked my ink over.
Yeah. Well, maybe I'm nervous or something.
All over your nice white suit. Here's your $5. Get it cleaned. Jardine's fussy about neatness.
What you doing with my wallet?
This I keep. I got a poor memory for names and addresses. I may want to look you up again sometime. All right, Buster, blow.
Hello.
Well?
This time you will fire me.
You lost him.
Uh-huh.
That's fine.
He got in another cab. I followed him.
Except when the other cab stopped, he wasn't in it.
How'd you know?
He told me that's what he'd do.
I'm sorry, Brad.
It doesn't matter, honey.
Well, who was he?
Just hired muscle.
Who hired him?
Forget it. You'll be better off.
Come on, open up that steel safe. I want to know and I want to help.
That's awful good talk, baby. But why?
Because I happen to be very fond of my boss, even if he is stubborn.
Look, get going while the door's still open. Stick around here and you'll get grafters, shysters, two-bit thugs, maybe worse. Maybe me.
I like those odds. I'll take them and I'm staying. I like your style, too.
Thanks.
Having said my piece, I think it's time for me to go home now. I'll see you in the morning.
Sure. Okay.
Good night, Brad.
Good night. Jardine. Jardine again. Jardine.
Hello, mister.
Huh? Oh, beat it. Can't you see I'm phoning?
It's dark in the hall. I'll turn on the light.
Thanks.
You're the man who rented the room, aren't you?
Yeah. Here's a nickel. Go on, go to bed. It's late.
Thank you. You got ink all over your suit.
Wicket residence?
Let me talk to Mr. Wicket.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him it's the man from San Francisco.
Yes, sir.
I told you to go to bed.
Good night, mister.
Hello?
Wicket,
Yes?
I'm back at my rooming house. Well, it worked just like you said. Galt took me up to his office, pushed some muscle at me. I played softy.
You mentioned the name?
Jardine? Yeah. And when he heard it, it hit him right where he lived. I just thought I'd let you know.
Well, I'll be in touch with you.
Is that all?
I said I'd be in touch with you. I'm entertaining guests. I'm very busy now. Good night. Well, looking for me, Jardine?
As a matter of fact, for your wife. Where is she?
Wasting her charm on those dullards in there. Shall we go in?
I think it's a wonderful party. Well, then you don't give any other kind, do you, Ralph?
Ah, there's Mary now, the woman who brightens my declining years.
I heard that, darling. Aren't you exaggerating? This is only our 3rd anniversary.
You're not decrepit yet, old boy.
Then why do I detect a rather tactless emphasis on that old boy? Yes, Mary and I rather think we present the perfect picture of Beauty and the Beast.
You can be a beast at times, Mr. Wicket.
But as long as I'm amusing Mrs. Kingsley, you'll forgive me. Senility, though, is unforgivable.
You're the most attractive man in the room, and you know it.
Oh, I adore you.
I hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Well, Miss Wilding?
I need advice. Legal advice. I was wondering if I might borrow Mr. Jardine for a moment.
Oh, of course, Miss Wilding. Shall we go out on the terrace?
I think we'd better. It's really very confidential.
What's Jardine trying to do? Drum up business at my party?
Isn't that what you're doing? Celebrating your anniversary? And at the same time entertaining some very likely customers for your art gallery?
I never confuse business with sentiment. Unless it's extremely profitable, of course.
But there is an exhibition at the gallery tomorrow.
Now, that happens to be a coincidence I took great pains to arrange, Mrs. Kingsley. And if you come, I may have that turn a landscape.
The landscape? Oh, how wonderful. I'd give anything for that painting.
Well, you'll give plenty if you buy it through me.
Excuse me. Oh, I must tell my husband the good news.
Ralph, what would that Miss Wilding want of Tony Jardine?
What's the matter, darling? You jealous?
You know you don't mean that.
No. I'm the jealous one, Mary. You're beautiful. I never want you to grow one day older. You should remain ageless like a Madonna who lives and breathes and smiles and belongs to me.
That's very sweet, Ralph. But you haven't answered my question.
I haven't the slightest idea what Miss Wilding wants of Jardine. Come along, darling.
It's beautiful on the terrace, isn't it, Lucy?
Oh, stop it, Tony. Did you receive my painting? I sent it to your apartment.
I got it this afternoon. I would have preferred cash, but if you're short, the painting will have to do. I imagine I can always dispose of it.
Now may I have my letters, please?
Certainly. They're all in this envelope. Oh, I'm a heel, Lucy, but I'm not greedy. I promise not to trouble you anymore.
Who's next on your list, Tony? Wickett? Or perhaps Mrs. Wickett?
That's a dangerous remark to make.
Yes, isn't it?
You know something, Brad? I've just decided I don't like this restaurant.
What's the matter with it?
It does things to you. You just sit there staring. It couldn't be the company, so it must be the restaurant.
I'm sorry, baby.
Still worried about the man in white?
Yeah, in a way.
That was 2 nights ago.
And I don't know any more about it now than I did then.
And every time I've mentioned the subject, you told me to shut up. Oh, very politely, of course, but... Brad, what is it? Please tell me.
I got a feeling something's closing in. And I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's only me.
I wouldn't be so jumpy. Just about you.
Oh, yes, you would. Because I'm playing for keeps, remember?
I thought you were sharp.
I am sharp.
Then you got out fast. Stay with me and you'll wind up in a corner. Nothing but a lot of grief. I'm serious, Kathleen. Get out now.
You're a poor salesman, Brad. Even... Look who just walked in. Detective Lieutenant Reeves.
Yeah. Excuse me. I think I'll have a word with Lieutenant Reeves.
Go right ahead.
I'll be back in a minute. You'll be smart if you're not here.
Hello, Reeves.
I was going to look you up in the morning.
Fine. What have you got?
Not much. There's a shyster lawyer in town with a swank office, but no clients. The shyster's name is Anthony Jardine. He's put a tail on me. I think he wants to finish where he left off.
I figured after San Francisco he'd leave you alone.
I'll see that he does.
Don't play too close, Gord.
I won't. I'm still working by the book.
Jardine is definitely not the bookish type.
Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd keep you posted.
I decided to wait.
Why?
You've aroused the maternal instinct in me. I want to look out for you. You hate him an awful lot, don't you?
Who?
The man who hired White Suit.
He makes hating easy.
Brad, what has he got on you?
Nothing. Nobody has. Nobody's going to. Come on, I'll take you home.
I don't want to go home.
I may have to work tonight.
I can help you.
No. Stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
As if I belonged to a test tube. Look, a guy named Jardine's afraid of me. Put a tail on me. Tonight he tried to kill me.
He what?
Yeah, in front of your apartment. Car came around the corner. How it missed hitting me, I don't know. Anyway, it did. So he'll go on trying. Now, you satisfied?
No, I want to know why.
Okay. I had a private agency in San Francisco. This guy, Jardine, was my partner. A lawyer, swift cookie with the women. Worked his charm, then he worked a little blackmail on the side. I called him on it. We were driving out to his house. Somewhere along the road, he slugged me, wet me down with a bottle of scotch, set me behind the wheel for a takeoff. I hit a truck and killed the driver.
Brad,
Manslaughter. 2 years in prison. Jardine had a fixed alibi. It wouldn't break and it wouldn't bend. It's the last I heard of him until White Suit showed up 2 nights ago.
Then the business tonight with the car.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Guy likes to hold his head up, not look like a chump.
That's not the real reason. Come on, say it. You're not so tough, Brad. You just like to think you are. I've cracked you wide open and you know it.
Yeah, I know it.
Still have to work tonight?
That car almost clipped me. Fellow runs a newsstand on your corner sod. Got description, part of the license number.
Is that what you told Lieutenant Reeves?
I didn't tell Reeves anything. Got other contacts on the police force. There's a sergeant downtown who's checking the license plate for me. Told me to call him at 9 o'clock.
That still leaves 30 minutes.
Okay, baby. You win. Come on, let's have that dance.
Marie. Well, come in, darling.
Tony. It seems ages since you've kissed me.
It is ages. Marie, aren't you taking quite a chance? I mean, coming to my apartment this time of night.
You don't have to worry about Ralph. He's gone to Scarsdale.
Scarsdale?
Mm-hmm. He sold Mrs. Kingsley that Turner landscape. He's got to settle the deal with the man who owned it. At least, that's what he said.
You don't doubt him?
Of course not, darling. Anyway, I don't care anymore.
I'm glad. I do want to talk to you.
So strange, Tony. Ralph Wickett. He loves me. He gives me everything I could wish for. But still, it isn't enough.
I know, dearest, I know.
For 3 years, I've tried to stick it out with him, but I just keep sitting, listening to his paintings crack with age. I want you to take me away, Tony, please.
Look, Marie, Ralph Wickett can afford you. I can't. I love you, but I've no money.
It doesn't matter.
I've already borrowed money from you. Do you think I want to go through life
Darling, we have my jewels. They're yours. You'll take them from me for my sake. Just tell me when we can go away.
Yeah, it'll be soon, Marie. I promise you.
Well, Brad, what about the license number?
Jardine's car, all right. I've got his address. I'm taking you home now.
And then?
Then I'm dropping by Jardine's apartment. I've got something to settle with him, once and for all.
In a moment, we'll return with Act Two of The Dark Corner. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new and exciting, Libby?
I saw a picture today, Mr. Keeley, that brought back a thrilling experience I had not long ago. Universal International invited me to see Walter Wanger's new production, The Lost Moment.
Oh, yes, starring Robert Cummings and Susan Hayward.
You know that terrific fire scene in The Lost Moment, Mr. Keeley?
Yeah?
Well, I was on the set at the time it was filmed.
How exciting. Weren't you a little nervous, Libby?
I certainly was. It was the biggest fire sequence ever attempted on a soundstage. The entire studio fire department was standing by in case it got out of control.
That's where Robert Cummings does his thrilling rescue scene.
Well, the flames got so high, he had to rush in before his scheduled entrance. And then the firemen went into action. I was watching the scene with Susan Hayward, and we had to move fast to avoid being drenched.
Well, I hope you succeeded, Libby.
Yes, but you should have seen us. Our faces were smudged with soot. Mr. Kennedy, you'll be interested in this. Susan Hayward asked me to come back to her dressing room with her to freshen up.
Ah, Lux Toilet Soap to the rescue this time.
Right you are, John. After an active lather facial, both of us looked and felt much better.
Lux Soap Care never fails, Libby, even in an emergency.
And for regular day-to-day care, there's nothing finer. Susan Hayward certainly thinks so. She's so lovely with her gorgeous red hair and flower-fresh skin.
9 out of 10 famous stars use Lux Toilet Soap for million-dollar complexions. That's quite a recommendation, Libby.
Well, it's a beauty care that really works.
Skin specialists made tests that proved it. For 3 out of 4 women,
skin actually became lovelier in a short time.
No wonder fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap is Hollywood's own complexion soap. Now, isn't that a beauty tip for women everywhere, Libby?
Yes. Here's all you do. Smooth the fragrant lather in thoroughly, rinse, and pat to dry.
Screen stars find these Lux Soap facials give skin fresh new loveliness. Why not try this gentle care and see? Back now to our producer, William Keeley.
Our theater lights are lowered once again, and here's the second act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Galt. An hour ago, Mary Wickett, beautiful young wife of a rich and celebrated art dealer, entered the apartment of Anthony Jardine. But now at Jardine's door is a second visitor, Bradford Galt.
What's the idea, Galt? What do you want here?
Take it easy, Tony, and keep away from that desk drawer. There might be a gun in there.
I said, what do you want?
We'll get to that. Who else is here?
No one.
Whoever it is, I like her perfume. Surprised to see me?
Certainly I'm surprised to see you. Well, I had an idea you were in New York, but...
And I intend to stay in New York, alive. I got a message to deliver. From me to you. Just 2 words. Lay off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The guy in the white suit. Keep that mug away from me. And next time you loan him your car, tell him he'd better use phony license plates.
Loan who my car? When?
I'm getting mad, Tony. He tried to flatten me with your car late this afternoon.
Nobody had my car. It was in the parking lot all day.
Yeah, sure. But just remember, I spent 2 years in Hock with nothing to think about but that pretty face of yours. And if you're not sharp, you're not going to have that pretty face. You're not going to have any face at all.
Now, you listen. I don't know any mugs, and I haven't been after you. I didn't even know for sure you were in New York, and that's on the level.
You on the level? Why, for 6 bits, you'd push your own mother out the window. I'm glad you swung on me, Tony. Even the cops would say I had a right to defend myself.
Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm all right.
But who was here? Who came here to fight with you?
Just forget about it, Mary. He won't bother me anymore. Well, I had to let him hit me. If I fought back, the neighbors might have heard, and with you here... Mary, you better go now.
Just tell me one thing. Can we leave tomorrow night? Can we, darling?
Yeah. Yes, Mary.
We're expected at Mrs. Kingsley's, you know.
We'll invent some sort of excuse.
Wait for me here, Tony. I'll come tomorrow night as soon as I can.
Hello, boss.
Kathleen, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. Wish you'd speak to your landlord. What this corridor needs is a nice, comfortable chair.
Oh, you've been worried about me, huh? I'm deeply touched.
From the looks of you, I'm not the only one who's touched you.
You should see Jardine. Well, come on in.
Thanks. What happened?
We talked. One thing led to another. Then he led with his right. After that, he stopped talking. Here I am.
And where did all that get you?
Nowhere, but I feel a lot better. Come on over here, baby, where you belong.
No, thank you. If you're feeling that much better, I think I'll go home.
Hey, wait a minute. What about that maternal instinct you talked about?
That doesn't work after sundown. Brad, what about Jardine? You didn't find out anything about him, what he's doing?
Yeah, he's a lawyer.
You told me that before, but he has no clients.
I heard him talking to someone when I got to his apartment.
Who?
A girl. Didn't see her. She must have used the back door.
What does it all add up to, Brad?
As far as I'm concerned, nothing. But I'm pretty sure Jardine's going to lay off me for a while.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Wickett.
Oh, good morning, Miss Stewart. Any messages?
Nothing special, sir. Mr. Barstow will be in at noon about the Raphael portrait. And those people confirmed their appointment to see the Donatello statue this afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Oh, if Mrs. Kingsley should call, tell her Mrs. Wickett and I look forward to seeing her this evening. I'll be in my office for a while. I don't wish to be disturbed.
Yes.
Well, greetings.
Oh. And I must say you make a neater appearance without the white suit. No one saw you come in.
I came through the side door as per instructions.
Good. Well, what happened last night?
It didn't work. Busto crusto.
What?
A flop. Oh, I borrowed Jardine's car, all right, and brushed off Galt.
Well, certainly Galt must have suspected Jardine.
Oh, he suspected fine. He went over to Jardine's place last night and pushed him around some, but that's all. Jardine is very much alive.
Yes, I know.
Now, look, if you want my opinion, I think you're wasting your time. This guy Galt is a smart cookie. He ain't going to let himself get shoved into a noose. You know he saw a Jardine. You figure you can needle him into knocking Jardine off. But nothing happens.
You've a better idea?
Yeah. Let me take care of Jardine.
Get Galt on the telephone. Try his office.
Now? Here?
Yes. And stop flicking your ashes on my rug. That's a genuine cash-in.
Oh.
Now tell Galt you're through with Jardine. Sell him a bill of goods. Tell him that you're going to...
Hello.
Let me speak to Galt.
Who's calling, please?
Tell him the name's Foss. Fred Foss.
Yes, Mr. Foss, just a moment. Brad, the suit's on the phone. The man in the white suit.
Hello.
Hello, Galt. Got any dough?
Maybe. What are you selling?
I'm selling Jardine short. He's slow pay, and I like to keep moving. Well, you want to know what he's up to, don't you?
For how much?
I need $200 to get out of town.
Suppose we talk it over here in my office.
Nothing doing.
My apartment, then?
What time?
8 o'clock. I'll be tied up until 8. 904 West 52nd. Apartment 307.
8 tonight. And I'll tip you off if I can't show. Alone, Galt. Just you and me.
Well, that's that.
Is it? How are you going to get Jardine to go to Galt's apartment? After last night, he ain't going to pay no social call on Galt just to get pushed around some more.
For one thing, he won't know it's a Galt apartment. I'll tell him it's a legal matter I want him to handle for me.
How do you know he ain't busy tonight?
I've been very kind to Mr. Jardine. I've asked him to do me a favor. He'll do it. But you'll have to find some way of getting into Galt's apartment.
That won't be tough. Have Jardine there by 7:30. I got a date with Galt at 8.
Jardine will be there. You call me in the morning.
The complete one-hour newsreel show starts in 5 minutes, folks. See the latest newsreel.
Brad, I don't want to see a newsreel.
Look, honey, the show takes an hour. It's 7:30. I'll be right here waiting for you at 8:30.
I want to go home with you.
I know this Foss guy. He won't talk if anyone else is around.
Please?
No.
All right, but you'll be sorry. I'll look for you here at 8:30.
Right. And I'll tell you all about it then.
Brad, open the door.
Go away.
What's happened, Brad? Why didn't you meet me at the theater like you said you would? Brad, what's the matter?
Nothing. Go home, please. I'll see you later at your place.
I won't go home. I'm going to stay right here until you open this door. Brad.
All right. Come in.
What's happened?
Come in. Take a look. There in front of the fireplace. Meet my ex-partner. Meet Tony Jardine. Only he's dead.
Oh, no.
Don't start crowding me. I haven't got the answers. The police will find them. They're laid out like road markers running right up my alley.
You've called them, the police?
No, what could I tell him?
Whatever you know. Brad, you didn't do this.
No, honey, I didn't do it. So I called the cops. Should I tell them the truth? I left you at a newsreel theater and came straight here. And when I opened the door, somebody was waiting for me.
Who?
I don't know. I went out like that, with a face full of ether.
Ether?
Yeah, ether. And it sounds as screwy to you as it does to me. What do you suppose the cops will think? That's what happened. I woke up a few minutes ago and there was Jardine, dead.
Shot?
No, the poker from the fireplace. And it was in my hand. Should I tell that to the homicide squad? They'll still be laughing when they strap me into the chair. Now get out of here.
But, Brad, you can't handle anything like this by yourself.
Look, don't give me that law and justice routine. The cops operate on facts. The facts are phony from here to the death cell. Now get out of here. Let me try to dope this out.
Brad, all I meant was that I want to help you.
I know you do. Thanks, baby. But you can't. Now beat it, please. I've got to stall for time. Got to start thinking.
Brad, listen, this may sound silly, but I think the man in the white suit wanted you to spot him that very first night.
Yeah, of course he did. No guy in his right mind wears a white suit on a shag job. Why'd that car almost hit me? No, Jardine wasn't out to get me. I should have known that from the start. But somebody is out to get me. Somebody who knew about Jardine and me back in Frisco. Somebody who wanted me to think that Jardine was after me. Whoever that is, he's the one who killed Jardine. And he's pinning it right on me.
But who, Brad? Who?
I don't know. There isn't a thing to latch on to.
Well, think, Brad. Think back.
I have, and I'm clean as a peeled egg. No debts, no payoffs, no angry husbands, nothing.
But people just don't go around committing murder and frame-ups for the fun of it.
All right, so it doesn't add up. What do you want me to do?
Well, for one thing, find White Suit. You've got his address. Maybe you can get a lead.
Yeah, I thought of that. It's the only thing I can do.
Wait, what about him, Jardine?
He stays where he is. Look, go on downstairs. Find the janitor. Tell him you've been ringing my bell and I don't seem to be at home.
He'll say if I'm not here, he doesn't know where I am. It may help me frame an alibi.
Where'll I meet you?
Go straight to your apartment. I'll find Foss and meet you there later.
Come in, Brad. Oh, you don't have to say it. I can tell by your face. No dice.
Oh, I found him all right. Only Fred Foss wasn't the man in the white suit.
But you had his wallet.
I had a wallet. A man by the name of Fred Foss lost it a week ago. He was very grateful to me for bringing it back.
Let me get you a drink.
I could stand a drink. That was my last lead, baby. I'm all dead inside. I'm backed up in a dark corner, and I don't know who's hitting me.
Hello? Yes, this is Wicked. Well? No one saw you leave Galt's apartment. You sure? Oh, that's good. Well, get in touch with me tomorrow. Same place, same time.
Yes?
It's I, darling. Well, Mary, have you forgotten we're expected at the Kingsleys tonight?
I simply can't go, Ralph. I've such a headache.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, my dear.
I'm going straight to bed. You run along without me.
Well, I wouldn't think of it, darling.
But Mrs. Kingsley will be so upset.
Oh, yes. And I did promise to meet Tony Jardine there. I had a rather delicate matter to discuss with him.
Well, hadn't you better go then?
I imagine it can wait. It's a problem that Jardine is eminently qualified to handle, a man of his experience with the law and all its tawdry aspects.
You make it sound very mysterious.
No, it's the oldest situation in the world. One of my friends, who deluded himself that his was the ideal marriage, has recently discovered there's another man.
Well, Tony doesn't handle divorce cases, does he?
Well, the husband doesn't want a divorce.
You mean he wants her back?
Yes. And as the Lost and Found ads say, he offers a suitable reward for her return.
You mean the other man would take money and just go away?
When an impoverished character, unendowed with any appreciable virtue, succumbs to a rich man's wife, it must be suspected that his interest is less passionate than pecuniary.
How could she be taken in by such a man?
Well, take Tony, for instance. Now, I never imagined him to be interested in Lucy Wilding, but he is.
It's not true. He couldn't... I mean, she's too old for him.
Love is not the exclusive province of adolescence, my dear. It's an ailment that strikes all age groups. Like my love for you. My love for you is the only malady I've contracted since the usual childhood diseases. And it's incurable.
Ralph, about the Kingsleys.
And leave you alone? Oh, no, Mary. I wouldn't think of such a thing. We'll both remain at home tonight.
Who was it, Kathleen? At the door. Someone was just at the door.
The milkman.
Milkman? What time is it?
7.
I told you to wake me. All I needed was a little nap.
You needed a night's sleep even more than your suit needs a pressing. And what could you have done last night that you can't do now?
If I only knew who was after me, it wouldn't be so bad. But how can you fight back when you don't know who you're fighting? You lick before you start.
No, I know you, Brad. You're not letting anybody get away with this.
Oh, don't be too sure. I could be framed easier than Whistler's mother.
All right. Then we'll just sit down and feel sorry for you.
Okay, but don't give me that Pollyanna routine either. About how everything's going to be fine. I'm no miracle man. When that cleaning woman comes to my apartment and hits bingo, I'm as good as cooked.
Here, you'll feel better after some coffee.
Thanks. Look at me. Tower of strength, nerves of steel. I'm sorry, baby.
Don't worry about the tablecloth. The stain will come out.
What'd you say?
I said the stain will come out.
The stain? The ink, baby. The ink. He spilled ink on his white suit that night in my office.
What of it?
He'd have to have the suit cleaned, wouldn't he? The cleaners would have his address, wouldn't they?
Well, cleaning places grow on every street like mushrooms.
Yeah, I know. But most of them don't do their own cleaning. They farm it out to the big cleaning and dyeing plants. Where's the classified phone book?
Right in back of you.
There can't be too many of them.
What if he didn't have the suit cleaned?
He wouldn't run around town in an ink-stained suit, I hope.
That's a pretty long list, Brad.
Yeah, I know, but the odds are even longer. But give me a better idea.
Okay, where do we start?
Just grab your coat, baby. We'll start uptown.
A white suit, eh? Well, it's very early in the season for white suits. If we have one, we'll find it all right.
There's a 5-spot in it for you if you do. Get moving.
Sorry, lady, we've got 3 white suits, but none of them with ink spots. You sure?
Positive, thanks all the same.
A
linen suit, mister? A seersucker? Oh, we got a sort of white seersucker, but no, that's got fruit stain. You can always tell the difference.
Sorry, no white suits.
Yeah, we had one, but the guy picked it up yesterday.
Not a white suit in the plant. Why don't you try Gordonson's? Ask for a guy named Al. He'd know if there was anyone.
Wicked Galleries.
I want to speak to Mr. Wickett.
Who's calling, please?
I'm Mr. Smith from San Francisco.
One moment, please.
Hello, mister.
Oh, you here again? Go on, kid, beat it. Your mama wants you.
My mom is out. She don't want me.
Hello?
When am I going to see you?
About what? I have every morning paper on my desk. There's not a word about it in any of them.
I told you the deal went through. Can I help it if they ain't found the shipment yet?
I don't believe you.
What do you want me to do, take out an ad? Listen, Wickett, we better get this deal settled or I'm coming down to the galleries and right through the front door.
All right, don't get excited. I have a dental appointment at 3 o'clock in the Grant Building. You meet me there.
Grant Building? What floor?
The 31st floor. I'll be waiting near the fire escape.
Okay.
What you mad about, mister?
Oh, me? Well, I ain't mad at nothing, sister. All of a sudden, I feel kind of good. Yeah, here. Here's a nickel. Buy yourself a phone call.
Well, Brad, where's that list of the cleaning plants? Which one do we go to next?
As far as I'm concerned, the one we just walked out of is the last. It's no use, Kathleen. We've been to a million places. I can't even think anymore.
Let's get in the car. We can go to the park. Maybe when we've cooled off a little bit.
Lady.
What is it?
I made a mistake.
Yeah, so did I.
No, I mean about that suit. We do have a white suit, all over ink. I don't guarantee we removed the stain.
Forget the stain. Do you know who left the suit?
Certainly. The name and address.
Here's $10, mister. Just give me that address.
In the office. Come, I show you.
This is it, baby. A rooming house. Now, if the landlady's only home.
Ring the bell, Brad. Ring it.
I'm coming. Well?
We're looking for a man named Stauffer. Our Stauffer's sort of a heavy-set fella. He lives here?
No, he don't.
But we were...
He did live here. He left half an hour ago, bags and all.
Where'd he go?
You police or something?
No, please, lady. Where'd he go? It's important.
He paid his rent. Why should I ask him where he went?
I know, Mama.
You keep quiet. Don't mind her, mister. She don't know nothing.
But I do. I heard him on the telephone.
Well, tell him then.
Where, honey? Where did Mr. Stauffer go?
I heard him on the telephone. He went to a building.
What building?
Same as the president. The one with the tomb on Riverside Drive.
Grant Building.
Uh-huh. And he said he was going to get his ticket at the gallery. Can you get tickets at a gallery?
I don't know, honey. Here's a quarter, thanks.
Gee, everybody gives me money. Good thing I'm so friendly.
Brad, it doesn't make sense. Where are we going?
The Grant Building. We'll try to figure out the rest of it when we get there.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of The Dark Corner. Our guest tonight, Miss Betty Ann Lynn, began her training for Hollywood in a rather unusual school. Did you ever think, Betty Ann, while you were entertaining the GIs in far-off Burma, that one day you'd be a starlet at 20th Century Fox?
Well, I'd always dreamed of being in pictures, Mr. Keeley. But now that I am, I find I have much to learn. My USO experience helped me, but picture technique is quite different.
You have excellent inspiration in the stars at 20th Century Fox.
It's a great privilege to be able to watch our finest stars at work on the sets. I saw the filming of Darrell F. Zanuck's Gentleman's Agreement. What a grand piece of casting that is.
Yes, with Gregory Peck and Dorothy McGuire as the stars of that very unusual picture. You know, their interpretation of a serious, modern problem is both sensitive and honest.
Yes, and Mr. Keeley, I love to watch the filming of a costume picture, too. The sets for the Foxes of Harrow were simply gorgeous. Romantic old New Orleans.
And I've seldom seen more lavish costumes than Rex Harrison and Maureen O'Hara wear.
26 beautiful period costumes were made especially for Maureen O'Hara. And she's just the one to wear them, too, with her flame-colored hair and lovely complexion. And I happen to know it's a Lux complexion, Mr. Kennedy.
Well, you're not surprised at that, are you, Betty?
No, indeed. So many famous and beautiful stars are Lux girls.
Actually, 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars have made Lux toilet soap their regular complexion care.
As well as hundreds of ambitious starlets like me. You know, Mr. Kennedy, when I was overseas, I used to hoard my supply of Lux toilet soap. I didn't want to skip my beauty care a single day.
With Hollywood in mind, that was wise. Soft, smooth complexions certainly help in a screen test.
I think any girl would be wise in using Lux toilet soap regularly, Mr. Kennedy. It's a complexion care that really works.
Thank you, Miss Betty Ann Lynn. You've just given women everywhere a very practical beauty tip. Here's what tests by skin specialists showed. Daily care with fragrant white Lux toilet soap improved 3 out of 4 complexions in a short time. Why not let Hollywood's own beauty soap help your skin to be lovelier, too? Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We conclude our play with the final act of The Dark Corner, starring Lucille Ball as Kathleen and Mark Stevens as Brad Galt. It's 3 o'clock. Armed with the knowledge that the man they're looking for has gone to the Grant Building, Kathleen and Brad Galt are rushing uptown. Meanwhile, high up in the Grant Building, unobserved on the platform of a fire escape, Ralph Wickett is about to settle an account for services rendered.
Hello, Mr. Wickett.
Oh. Well, I haven't much time. I told you I have a dental appointment. He's waiting for me.
We don't need much time. Say, why'd you pick the fire escape?
Oh, do you think I want to be seen with you? I'm a rather well-known figure.
Well, don't the height bother you none? We're sure a long ways up from the street.
Not in the least, but something else does. If Jardine is dead, why is it such a profound secret?
You ain't up to date, are you, Mr. Wickett?
What?
When I do a job, I do a job. Here, I bought a late newspaper. Well, look at it.
Anthony Jardine found murdered. Well, that's different. The body of Anthony Jardine, handsome young attorney.
Yeah. You can read it later, see? I got a cab downstairs waiting for me. So, where's my dough?
Oh, yes, of course. It's here in this envelope. I came directly from the bank. I didn't have a chance to count it. Let's see now. There's 100, 2, 3. Oh, I'm sorry.
Throwing your money away, huh? It's okay. I'll pick it up. You know it's... Hey, what are you trying to do? Let go! Let go of me!
Sorry, Mr. Stauffer, but after all, it's only justice. You did kill Jardine.
All right, everybody, stand back, please. Stand back.
He jumped out of the Grant Building. What a way to commit suicide.
Keep moving. Stand back there.
What do you think this is? Keep the traffic moving.
Brad, it couldn't be. It isn't.
It's him, Kathleen. It's Stauffer, all right. No, don't look.
Where's that cab driver?
Right here. Here I am, officer.
You sure he came here in your cab?
Yeah, sure. That's the guy, all right. And that's my cab right over there. He seemed okay. He asked me to wait for him. I still got his bags there on my hack. Boy, he should come down like a
Kathleen,
hot...
come on.
What are you going to do?
Never mind what I'm going to do.
Go on home. Hey, my cab. He's stealing my cab.
Come back, you.
My cab with the guy's bags in it. He's driving over my cab.
I steal a cab, drive 5 miles with the cops chasing me for what? 2 bags, full of clothes. Not a letter, not a card, nothing.
What'd you do with the cab, Brad?
They'll find it in the park. Now the trail stops cold on a 5th Avenue sidewalk. He'll never even be identified.
But you've got to keep pitching. You'll get a break.
What more break can I ask for? The cleaner found the suit, gave us Stauffer's name and address. The kid tells us Stauffer's gone to the Grant Building. Look, I may be stupid, but I know when I'm licked.
Well, I'm not licked.
Nobody asked you to be.
You're not either if you use your head. Think hard. What else did that child tell us?
Nothing that made sense.
Well, what was it?
Oh, something about tickets at the galleries. Okay, figure that one.
Tickets at the galleries.
Tickets for what? For a train? Maybe. He really was leaving town.
What would that have to do with galleries?
You tell me, baby. I give up.
Tickets for a show? Tickets. Galleries. Brad, art galleries. I've got it. I've seen their ads in the newspapers. Fifth Avenue, the Wicked Galleries.
Wicked galleries. What would a mug like Stoffer be doing in an art gallery?
Maybe that's the point. He wouldn't, unless there was some connection.
Hey, wait a minute. Up in Jardine's apartment, I remember now there was a painting. Just unwrapped. I wondered why...
What's the matter?
Look, out the window. Lieutenant Reeves.
Brad.
I'll go down the back way. Hide Stoffer's bags.
Where do you think you can hide?
Who's hiding? I'll be absorbing culture at the Pickett galleries. I don't want to die ignorant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, good afternoon. You got a lot of nice paintings here.
Is there anything in particular you'd like to see?
No, not especially. Just looking around.
Well, it's almost closing time. I just thought if I could be of any assistance...
Well, maybe you can. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Of course.
I was wondering if Mr. Johnson had been in lately.
Johnson?
Yeah, he works for an insurance company. You know, they specialize in insuring works of art, things like that.
I don't believe I know him.
A big, beefy fella. Broken nose. Wears a white suit even though it's early in the season. You sure you haven't seen him?
I'm afraid I haven't. Now, about these paintings, if you step down this corridor, there are several watercolors that may interest you.
Come in. Yes, what is it, Drummond?
Should I close the vault, Mr. Wickett?
Everyone gone?
Just one customer, sir. Miss Stewart's with him now.
All right, you can leave, Drummond. I'll go down and lock the vault myself. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Wickett.
Now, there's something I like. This sea picture.
That's an Alex Barrow, one of his finest.
How much is it?
$1,500.
Okay, I'll take it. By the way, who owns this place?
Mr. Ralph Wickett.
Ian?
Yes, I believe he's still here.
And I realize this small sale doesn't entitle me to any special consideration, but I'd like to see him.
Why, certainly. If you'll wait here just a moment, please. Mr. Wickett?
Yes?
There's a gentleman who wishes to purchase the Barrow Seascape.
Well?
I believe he wants to take it with him.
Who is he?
I don't know. He said he'd like to talk to you.
I'm just closing the vault. I'll be up in a moment. You can go, Miss Stewart. Oh, lock the front door on your way out. I'll take care of the gentleman.
Mr. Wickett's downstairs at the vault, sir. He'll be with you right away.
Oh, thanks.
Well, if you'll excuse me then, I'll run along.
Sure, go right ahead. Good night.
Ralph? Ralph, is that you?
Mr. Wickett's downstairs.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were my husband. I just came in the side door and I...
Mrs. Wickett? Well, I believe we have a mutual acquaintance.
Yes?
Anthony Jardine.
Oh, he's a friend of my husband's.
Have you seen him lately?
No, not for several days. But who are you? Why do you ask me that?
It's obvious you haven't seen the afternoon papers. Jardine's dead. He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
That's what I came to see your husband about. You see, he killed him.
Oh.
Hey, Mrs. Pickett. Oh, I'd like a light. Okay, sister, suppose you just stretch out here on this bench while
How dare you touch her? Keep your hands off her.
Wicked, huh? It's good to see you out in the open at last. Cut you down to size. Way down. I don't think you've ever met me, but you've certainly been using me. My name's Galt.
Strange, Mr. Galt, but seeing you here causes me to revise my opinion of you. It's gone up. I suppose your hands go up, too. You heard me, Mr. Galt. That's better. Now, shall we go downstairs?
What for?
For our little chat. I prefer privacy. Mary will be all right, I'm sure. You came to see me, Mr. Galt, about a seascape, Miss Stewart said, in Alex Barrow's.
Well, actually, I'm more interested in a piece of modern art. Tony Jardine?
I never handled anything as worthless as a Jardine.
I know. You mishandled it.
Did I? It was found in your apartment.
Perhaps it was delivered to the wrong collector. You sure you can't claim it?
Positive.
Actually, this Jardine really belongs to you. You commissioned an artist to have it done.
Did I, Mr. Galt?
Somebody had to pay that muscle artist to kill him, or didn't you ever pay off? Maybe you just launched Stoffer off the fire escape so he'd get what was coming to him.
An imagination like yours should be confined. Get in there, Mr. Galt. Get in the vault.
You sure you know what you're doing?
You're a criminal. I've apprehended you.
What about your wife? She knows now that you had a boyfriend bumped off. Do you think she's going to keep quiet?
What my wife thinks or does is no concern of yours. Leave her out of it. Jardine's body was found in your apartment, and that ends it.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It nowhere near ends it. You pinned the evidence on me, but when the police finish digging, they'll find you had a much better motive.
Now, that's the only sensible thing you've said. Brought to trial, our respective motives would make an interesting case, but unfortunately, you won't be around to hear the decision.
Ralph,
Mari, put down that gun. Are you insane?
you'd better kill me first, Ralph. Because if you don't, I'm going to kill you.
Mari, darling, you don't know what you're doing.
Evil. You're all evil, Ralph. You should die.
Mari!
The district attorney's on the phone, Lieutenant Reeves.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Miss Reeves, sir. Well, we're about finished at the art gallery. Cleary and Anderson just left with Mrs. Wickett. I'll take her right to your office. What? I think we can. Yes, sir.
Well?
You know the facts, Galt?
Okay. But you're not holding Kathleen. She didn't have any part in any of this.
I wouldn't say that. She's the one who tipped me off to get down here.
Brad, I had to. Wickett would have killed you, you big lug.
I can take care of myself.
No, you were doing fine, just fine. You knew Wickett's wife would show up, of course.
Okay, Reeves. You booking me or not?
Sure, I'm booking you.
But you told me that
You can't go around New York stealing taxicabs. Well, maybe I can square that rap.
Oh, thanks, Reeves.
You better drop around my office in the morning, though. Both of you. Say 9 o'clock.
Could you make it a little later, Lieutenant? Brad and I have a date in the morning at the City Hall.
We have?
See, he hasn't asked me yet, Lieutenant, but I told him from the beginning I was playing for keeps.
Well, Reeves, there you have it.
And I promised my friends in San Francisco I'd keep you out of trouble. Go on home.
As the curtain falls on Act 3, we bring our stars out from the dark corner where they acquitted themselves so brilliantly and invite them to the footlights for a curtain call. Lucille Ball and Mark Stevens. Lucille, while I have the chance, I want to congratulate you on the wonderful reviews that you received for your recent stage success back east.
Well, thank you, Bill. I've always been crazy about the theater, and I love my part in Dreamgirl.
I hear you're doing that play in San Francisco pretty soon, Lucy.
That's right, Mark. I'm leaving right after tonight's performance to start rehearsals for the opening next Monday.
That shaving engagement's rather close.
I'll say. And tell me something, Lucille. As the wife of a popular orchestra conductor,
Yes?
how do you and Desi Arnaz get any time to spend together?
You arranged to play the same towns at the same time. Desi will be playing in San Francisco all the time I'm there.
Yeah, that's a very smart arrangement. And I'm sure that when you put in an appearance, Lucille, theater-goers will be properly envious of that lovely Lux complexion.
Thank you, Bill. I hope so, because Lux Soap and I spend plenty of time together. I wouldn't be a day without it.
Seems to me I've heard a lot of screen stars say that same thing.
Mark, I understand you're going to be an FBI man in your next production at Fox.
Yes, and as you probably know, Bill here is doing the directing.
I've heard a lot of interesting things about the picture.
Well, we have great hopes for it, since it's being made at the suggestion of the FBI and with their full cooperation.
Hey, speaking of screenplays, Bill, what are you doing next week in this theater?
Next Monday night from Warner Brothers, we present that violent and romantic drama so many of our listeners have thrilled to on the screen. Nobody Lives Forever. And our stars are Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan. It's the tense, suspenseful story of a man who falls in love with a girl he planned to victimize, and thereby involves them both in a perilous and mounting crisis.
Nobody Lives Forever was a thrilling picture, Bill.
And it ought to make a great play, Bill. Good night.
Good night and
Good night.
sincere thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman in Nobody Lives Forever. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's news for thrifty housewives. Dealers now pay much more for used kitchen pets. So save and turn in every pound you can. You'll help yourself, you'll help your country, too. Here's what government officials say. It is still necessary to conserve every pound of fat, since the overall fat supply situation is little better now than it was last year. Yes, the worldwide supply of fats and oils is still critically short. Your salvaged kitchen fats are needed to make thousands of essential articles we use in our daily lives. So keep on saving. Remember, your butcher now pays you more for every pound you turn in. Mark Stevens appeared by arrangement with 20th Century Fox, producers of Forever Amber. Heard in our cast tonight were Joseph Kearns as Wicket, Wally Mayer as Foss, Dan O'Herlihy as Jardine, Fay Baker as Mari, and Bill Johnstone, Truda Marson, Janet Scott, Lois Corbett, Norma Jean Nilsson, Noreen Gamil, Eddie Marr, Stanley Farrar, Herbert Butterfield, and Cliff Clark. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our men and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our Lux Radio Theater production of The Dark Corner has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. The complexion care used regularly by 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars. They depend on this fine white soap for the gentle, beautifying care million-dollar complexions must have. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Nobody Lives Forever with Jane Wyman and Ronald Reagan.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, by an overwhelming average of 3-1, families throughout America who compared toothpastes they were using at home preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Nobody Lives Forever with Ronald Reagan and Jane Wyman. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players. The Lady Esther Screen Guild play tonight, A Night to Remember. The starring players...
This is Lucille Ball.
This is Brian Dunleavy.
Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Columbia Pictures' comedy of murder and blackmail in Greenwich Village, A Night to Remember. It stars Brian Donlevy as Jeffrey Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife, Nancy. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in A Night to Remember.
The address was 39 Gay Street, New York. I had a strange feeling about the place right from the start. First the scream, and then...
Jeff, there's something crawling across the floor.
39 Gay Street, New York. You know, an artist might call that Greenwich Village. A social worker might call it the slums. Sure, I pointed all that out to Nancy, but she was sort of sensitive, I guess, because, you see, she'd rented the place without even asking me, and, well, anyway, you know how women are.
Now, Jeff, I've said it all before.
Many times, darling.
And I'll say it again. If you're going to write a novel about Greenwich Village, then you
ought to live in Greenwich Village.
You funny man.
Quite frankly, I didn't like number 39 Gay Street. I don't think you would have liked it either. One of those musty old brownstone fronts they'd cut up into small apartments. And when we went up the steps that night and entered the hall, our landlord wasn't exactly overjoyed to see us.
I wasn't expecting you, Mrs. Troy. And not till Thursday.
Well, I thought as long as the apartment was vacant. You see, my husband is a writer, and he's very anxious to get to work.
Yes, we'll be glad to pay you for the 3 extra days.
Oh, no, it isn't that. No. You see, I haven't had the lights turned on, and the apartment isn't cleaned yet. And, perhaps if you'd have stayed at a hotel tonight, by tomorrow I could have everything ready.
Oh, but our furniture's on the way from Connecticut. It ought to be here in an hour or so. I guess we'll just have to... Jeff, what was that?
Well, it wasn't the 6 o'clock whistle.
It came from downstairs.
Mrs. Troy, I assure you it's nothing at all.
Mr. Turner, it happened again.
Well, what happened?
Down in the basement, that thing, whatever it is, it crawled across my feet.
Stop that, Mrs. Salter. Stop it at once. Now, you go to my apartment and wait for me there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Say, what did she mean?
Oh, you mustn't mind her, Mr. Troy. She's my janitor, you see. An excellent worker, strong as an ox, but when she works in the basement, she gets hallucinations. That's absurd, isn't it?
Yeah, silly. Well, if you'll lend us some candles, Mr. Turner, we'll have a look at our little nest. Come along, Nancy. Let's you and me go up, huh?
Jeff, It isn't up, it's down.
Well, then let's go down and see our little... Down?
I forgot to tell you, it's the basement apartment.
It didn't look so bad by candlelight. The living room was pretty fair size. One door opening on the street and another opening on the hall. And the bedroom had a door that opened right on a garden. That's what had Nancy so excited.
Oh, just imagine, darling, a garden right outside your bedroom in the heart of New York. Why, we can even have a victory garden.
Mm-hmm. Good soil, too. Lots of iron in it.
How do you know?
Well, isn't that a horseshoe lying there?
Jeff, you found a lucky piece. Pick it up.
Where'll I wear it?
You just hold it tight and make a wish.
Oh. Okay, I've made it.
What'd you wish?
Well, while we're waiting for our furniture, I wish we could find a restaurant where they still have some steaks. Cute name for a restaurant. Polly's Stable. Must be a good place to put on the feed bag.
You funny man.
Good evening, folks. How's everything?
Well, the martinis are swell, but I need some toast.
Toast? What kind? White or rye?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I just want to stick it under the leg of this table.
Look, Jeff, while you order dinner, I'll go and phone the cleaners about our drapes.
Well, I'm pretty hungry, Nancy. Will you be back soon?
Uh-huh, and 2 shakes of a dry martini.
Hey, listen, I've had about enough, darling. You meet me tonight, or it's going to be curtains.
Gosh, that's in the next booth.
Yeah, let's meet the same place as before. 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment. You heard me. That's all.
39 Gay Street, the basement apartment. Oh, gee. Jeff, while I was in that telephone booth, Oh, excuse me, I didn't realize the waitress was still here.
She isn't the waitress. She owns the joint. Darling, meet Polly. Polly, meet Darling.
Hello, darling.
How do you do?
Now, Nancy, you were saying...
Jeff, you see that man at the bar with the hair growing down his forehead and the scar on his chin?
Uh-huh.
Well, I heard him threatening someone in the next booth, telling him to meet him in our apartment.
Well, they couldn't meet in the telephone booth, so I guess if they want... Our apartment?
I distinctly heard him say 39 Gay Street, the basement apartment.
39 Gay Street?
Yes, do you know the place?
Oh, sure. I live there myself on the second floor.
Oh, you do? Well, then maybe you know who that...
Excuse me, we're awful busy tonight. See you later, folks. Enjoy your dinner.
Jeff, she acted so strangely. What's it all about?
Oh, I think I better find out. I'm going over and have a talk with that guy.
No, Jeff, don't.
Well, now you just wait there, Nancy. Hiya, pal.
I'm not your pal, and keep your hands to yourself.
Hey, just a minute. Who do you think you're shoving?
Don't like it, huh?
No.
Well, maybe you'll like this better.
Jeff, darling, open your eyes. Speak to me.
Is that guy still here?
No. He's gone. He ran out.
Okay, honey. What'll we talk about?
My hero. Now you'll need 2 steaks, one for your stomach and one for your eye.
Huh? Home, sweet home. And there's no place on earth I'd rather not be.
Jeff, it's awfully dark in here.
Yeah, lucky we bought these extra candles. Well, there we are. That gives us some light.
But don't you understand? I left a candle lit when we went out to dinner.
Oh, well, it must have blown out. Any little draft could... Ouch!
What's the matter?
Oh, my foot. I stubbed my toe. Hey, look. It's that darn horseshoe. My lucky piece, no less.
That's odd. What's it doing on the floor? You put it on the windowsill.
Say, that's right. How did it get on the...
Jeff, listen, you hear that noise?
Sounds like water running in the bathroom. I'd better have a look, huh?
Hey, not without me.
All right. Here. Put the candle down on the floor.
Right.
That's it. Steady now. You with me, Nancy? Nancy!
Jeff, look. That candle is moving.
Gosh.
Hey, what's so funny?
Look, it's a turtle. It must have come in from the garden. You put the candle right down on its back. Hey, I'll bet that's what's been scaring Mrs. Salter, too. Come on, now let's have a look at that bathroom. There you are, Nancy. You see? Just some water running out of the tub.
That's what I mean. Where'd the water come from?
Well,
We didn't fill that tub.
That's right. We didn't. Oh, I know. That guy from the restaurant came in here to take a bath, but he was very modest, so he blew out the candle. And he pitched horseshoes to dry himself off.
You funny man.
Oh, well, there's no use getting all upset, Nancy. Ooh, what's that?
Maybe he's back again. Jeff, don't go.
Don't worry, I'm not.
Anybody home? Got a load of furniture here.
Oh, it's just the furniture.
Yeah. Imagine being scared by an overstuffed chair. It was quiet enough the rest of that night, but in the morning things really started to happen. First of all, the police woke us up.
Sorry to get you folks out of bed, but the neighbors complain. Fella lying in your garden without any clothes.
In our garden? Well, he's got a nerve. Well, go on out there and get him out of there. Wake him up.
Well, I wish I could. He happens to be dead.
And then later, when they had us look at the corpse, Nancy had to go and blurt.
Why, Jeff, it's the man you had a fight with in the restaurant last night.
Now, just let me get this straight, Mr. Troy, about this exchange of blows last night.
Inspector, there wasn't any exchange. Only 2 blows were struck. He struck my husband, and my husband struck the floor.
Ah, no, Nancy, I pushed him once, didn't I?
Now, what's one little push? You didn't murder him, did you?
Who, me?
Say, Inspector.
Yes, Balling?
I got a little dope for you. The guy's name was Kaufman, Louis Kaufman. Had an apartment up on the 3rd floor.
Who told you that?
Oh, you wouldn't guess in a million years. Remember during Prohibition this place was a speakeasy? Joe's place it was called. And Joe had a partner.
Eddie Turner.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, we grilled him, and when Joe disappeared, well, little Eddie's still around. In fact, he's the landlord of this joint.
That's interesting.
Inspector Hankins?
Yeah?
My name is Lingle. I have an apartment in this building.
That's right, Chief. I got his name on the list.
I want you to know, sir, if I can help in any way.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Lingle. We may call on you.
Well, I'm in the phone book. The Lingle Art Studios. Anytime at all, Inspector. Anytime at all.
Inspector, if you don't mind my putting in a word.
Not at all, Mr. Troy.
Well, I think you should have questioned him. After that conversation my wife overheard, you should question everyone in this house.
Mr. Troy, remember, you live here, too.
Oh, that's silly. Jeff isn't the murderer's type.
Well, I didn't say he was. Come on, Balling, let's go out and look at Kaufman's apartment.
Wait a minute, Inspector. Just look at these books. Murder in the laundry, murder in the air, murder in the subway. Must be a couple of dozen of them. Somebody got murder on the brain.
Mr. Troy, you said you were a novelist.
You didn't by chance,
You bet. I wrote every one of them. Murder Mysteries by Jeffrey Yort. That's my name spelled backwards. Troyort. You get it?
Yes. Didn't you write a book called Murder in Prison?
I sure did. How'd you like it, Inspector?
Well, I thought it was the kind of a detective story that knits.
Knits? Oh, you mean all the clues fall into one place?
No, I mean knits. Knits. You spell that backwards, too.
K-N-I-S-T-I-N... Boy.
Mr. Hankins, you're not a detective. You're a critic.
Well, I guess that made me pretty mad. Made me want to show the inspector up, so while Nancy was throwing some breakfast together, I sort of wandered through the halls looking for clues. That was how I ran into Polly. You know, the girl we met the night before. Well, one thing led to another, and then she asked me in to have some coffee, and that's when it happened. I noticed a letter lying on the coffee table, and quite casually I read the address. To Mr. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. Only Polly seemed to get upset, and she made a grab for the letter, but I got it first, and just to tease her, just for a gag, there we are, sort of wrestling for it, and I guess she has her arms around me when all of a sudden Nancy shows up.
Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's all right, sweet. We were just kidding around.
Yes, over this letter.
Well, when you get through playing post office, Mr. Troy, your breakfast is ready.
Say, I think she's mad.
I better go and explain. Nancy! Oh, Nancy, wait a minute.
You stay away from me, you bluebeard.
Oh, Nancy, you're not jealous? Darling, that's silly.
You're never jealous, I suppose.
Of course I'm not.
How about when the butcher saved me that roast? You
Huh?
weren't jealous. Oh, no, just mad enough to kill, that's all.
Darling, shh.
I will not shh. You were mad enough to kill.
Say, Mr. Troy, I want to speak to you.
Oh, now look what you've done.
Let's get down to your apartment, folks. A few more questions I'd like to ask. Mr. Troy, did you ever see this horseshoe before?
Oh, sure. That's my lucky piece.
Wasn't so lucky for Louis Kaufman.
What do you mean?
I mean, there's dried blood on it. And these strands of hair are from the dead man's head.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that this horseshoe was the murder weapon?
Now you're getting hot, and I do mean hot.
Oh, say, Chief, we checked the fingerprints on that horseshoe. They're his, all right.
Whose?
Yours.
Oh.
Okay, Troy. Get your hat and coat.
Wait a minute. He hasn't done anything. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Jeff, darling, don't go. You haven't even had your breakfast.
That's all right, baby. Don't you worry. I had a cup of coffee upstairs with Polly.
Oh, with Polly. Take him along, Inspector, and I hope he gets light.
Lady Esther has presented Act One of A Night to Remember, starring Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy. In just a moment, we will hear the Lady Esther Screen Guild players in Act Two. But first, a word from our hostess, Lady Esther.
Every time I see the rush for new spring bonnets, I think how much wiser those women would be to get themselves a new spring face. I can almost hear you say that's not so easy. But it is. Do you realize that the face powder you use can either make your skin look old, dry, and lifeless, or it can do just the reverse? It can make your skin look so radiantly fresh and alive that people instinctively turn to look at you. Lady Esther face powder is made altogether differently from other powders. It is deliberately planned to make your skin look more youthful, smoother, more appealing, and one thing more, to keep you more attractive for hours and hours. You see, my Lady Esther face powder isn't mixed in the usual way. It's blown by twin hurricanes, blown with such terrific force that all the tiny particles of color and powder are merged into a smooth, velvety blending. This method transforms Lady Esther face powder, transforms it from the ordinary powdery particles that blow right off into a delicate film of beauty that clings to your face for hours. You'll feel and see the difference the instant your puff touches your face. You'll see how wonderfully smooth your skin becomes, how little lines and blemishes disappear. Try Lady Esther face powder and look more youthful, more glamorous, not just for minutes, but for hours and hours.
Lady Esther presents the second act of A Night to Remember, starring Brian Donlevy as Jeff Troy and Lucille Ball as his wife, Nancy. Jeff continues our story.
Well, they kept me down at headquarters all that day. But then some new development turns up, so that evening they let me go. Nothing else happened till late that night. I guess I must have been sleeping pretty soundly when...
Jeff! Jeff, wake up!
What's the matter now?
There's somebody in this apartment. I can hear him walking around.
Well, tell him to sit down. In this apartment?
Shh. Hear that sound?
I wish I didn't.
Don't go out there. You might get killed.
Yeah, I know. But if I just stay here and listen, I'll die of fright.
Your golf bag is standing here in the corner.
Huh?
Maybe you can hit him with a golf club.
I don't know. I could never hit a ball. Oh, well, we'll try it. Come on.
There he is, Jeff.
Huh?
I can see him outlined against the window.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't move now. I've got you.
Oh, Jeff. Sure, you got him, only he didn't know about it. Now he's gone.
This is no time to argue, Nancy. Turn on the light.
Okay.
Hey, Nancy, look. He dropped his knife.
And knocked over the screen. If men weren't so clumsy, they'd...
Say, honey, this isn't our screen.
I know. Mr. Turner lent it to me to cover the window till our drapes got back.
Well, there must be something about this screen that... Sure. There it is. He was scraping something off with that knife. See it, Nancy? Something 07 West 12th Street.
That first number looks like it might be a 5.
507 West 12th. Hey, that sounds familiar. I wonder where I... Wait a minute. I know. 507 West 12th. That was what was on Polly's letter.
The one she had to wrestle you for?
And the name was Brule, Andrew Brule. And somebody didn't want us to know it.
Well, it wasn't Polly. It was a man.
Yeah, and it wasn't Turner. He's not that big.
Listen, who's that?
Why don't you ask?
Yes? Who's there?
It's me, Mr. Lingle. I heard a noise. I thought there might be some trouble. Can I be of any help?
Well, if you find a stray heart in your throat, it's mine.
It's all right, Mr. Lingle. Everything's under control, thank you.
Oh, that's fine. Good night.
Such a nice man, always wanting to help.
Well, that doesn't answer the question of Mr. Brule. Say, Nancy, call me a cab, will you? I'm going in and put some clothes on.
Jeff, it's after 1 o'clock.
Well, if Mr. Brule is a respectable guy, he'll be home and asleep. And I'm going to wake him up.
Oh, that's swell, except for one slight mistake.
Mistake?
Yes. We're going to wake him up.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, good evening, madam. I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's very urgent that I see Mr. Brule.
Ain't no Mr. Brule here, and it ain't evening, it's morning, and you ought to be ashamed. Good night.
Cute kid.
Jeff, are you sure you had the right address?
Absolutely positive. You know, Nancy, it's funny. His mail should be sent to a place where he doesn't even live. I think we ought to check with the post office, you know it?
Darling, not tonight.
Well, no, I guess it can wait till morning.
Here's the clerk now. Go ahead, Jeff. Ask him.
Yeah. My name is Brule. Andrew Brule, 507 West 12th. I haven't been getting my mail lately. Would you please check and see if there's something wrong?
Why, Mr. Brule, you gave us instructions over a year ago to hold all mail and general delivery. Don't you remember?
Well...
Oh, he's so absent-minded.
Oh, is that so?
He sometimes even forgets he's married.
Well, that certainly clears things up for me.
It does?
Mr. Brule, I guess you just forgot. You called up here about an hour ago.
I did?
Surely. You asked if anyone had tried to pick up your mail. Sounded kind of worried, too.
Oh, he's just the worrying type. Come along, dear. There are others waiting. Come on.
Yeah, that's not... Well, thanks, old man. Much obliged.
Not at all, Mr. Brule. Don't mention it.
Jeff, what do you think?
I think Mr. Brule is worrying, too. It's pretty clear now, Nancy. He's mixed up in this murder some way, and He knows that we've gotten a line on him. Well, the next thing, I guess he'll come after us.
Jeff, what do we do?
What can we do? Just sit tight and wait. And when he comes, we'll grab him.
Jeff, what time is it now?
Oh, just a few minutes to midnight.
Midnight?
Say, what are you so scared about? We've got all the lights on. I've got my trusty mid-iron here, and... Hey, the lights. Who turned those lights off?
Not me.
Huh? Ooh. Then it must have been the murderer. The fuse box is out there in the hall.
Jeff, there's something coming through the door.
Steady now. Steady, Nancy. Yeah. All right, you, whoever you are, you better give up. I got you covered.
Oh, Jeff!
I've got him.
Jeff!
Nancy, I got him. Give me a hand, will you?
Jeff!
Sock him with something, Nancy.
Yeah.
A chair, anything.
I'm coming, Jeff.
Hit him, Nancy.
I'll help you, darling. There, take that, you nasty man. I'll teach you to hurt Jeff. I'll teach you to...
Hey. What hit me?
Oh, Jeff, it's you. Oh, darling, I'm sorry. It's so dark in here.
Well, maybe it is, but I can see stars. Hey, the murderer. Where'd he go?
I don't know. That was a door, Jeff. He must have gone out.
Hey, listen. Police whistles. How did the cops get here?
How do you think? I called them this afternoon.
Oh, look, the lights are on again.
They must have fixed the fuse.
Say, did you call the cops or the electricians?
Nice work, Mr. Troy. We nabbed him all right.
Yeah? Who was it, Inspector?
Mr. Andrew Brule, alias Mr. Lingle.
Mr. Lingle? Who lives upstairs, the one who wanted to help?
Oh, that was a front. Like his art studios were just a front for his blackmailing.
Blackmailing?
Sure. He was collecting from every person in this house, and they didn't know that Brule and Lingle were one and the same.
But how could he blackmail all these people?
Oh, easy enough. Just get something on them that might embarrass them. Funny the things that people will try to hide. Since he only spoke over the phone to them, they never guessed who he was.
Yeah, but what about Kaufman? Why was he killed?
Well, I guess Kaufman was the only one who suspected the truth. And when he insisted on having a showdown, Lingle had to kill him to keep him quiet.
Well, I guess that's that case, Inspector. I sure am glad I was in on the finish.
Finish is right, Mr. Troy. Only it might have been yours.
Huh?
We just took this knife off Lingle. Pretty mean looking, isn't it?
You mean he was going to...
Mr. Troy, he's fainted.
Oh, dear. Jeff, open your eyes. Darling, get up. Please get up. You've got to get up, Jeff. You got your good suit on.
Thank you, Lucille Ball and Brian Donlevy, for a most entertaining half hour.
Well, we ought to thank you, Mr. Bradley, because it's really been fun. And besides, all of us appreciate an invitation to play here because we know what wonderful work is being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house and clinic, a work made possible by these radio broadcasts. Brian Donlevy will be back in a moment, but first a word from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Ladies, if you've ever watched an artist paint a portrait, you know he can make his subject look younger or older just by the way he tones her skin. Think about that, because you do exactly the same thing with your face powder. You make your face look younger or older. Any artist studying my 9 different shades of Lady Esther face powder recognizes them at once as young skin tones. I proved what a difference they make in an experiment the other day. At a dinner party, a woman I'd never seen before was seated opposite me. She looked rather middle-aged, rather plain, and didn't attract much attention. After dinner, I struck up a conversation with her. Knowing my interest in beauty, she confided that she hated her drab, plain look. But it's my age, she said. What can I do? Well, we went into a dressing room, and I removed her hard, cakey makeup that made her face look so dry. Instead, I applied my own shade of Lady Esther face powder, which fortunately was her shade, too. She looked and looked. She was simply enchanted. Her face did seem altogether different, so radiant, so smooth, with almost a little girl freshness. It's all due, I explained, to the different way Lady Esther face powder is made. It's blown by twin hurricanes to give it those young, translucent shades, that velvety texture, and to keep it clinging to your skin for hours. Perhaps you'd like to try an experiment on your face. So why not get a box of Lady Esther face powder tonight?
And now, here again is Brian Donlevy.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. People are beginning to wonder how they will fare post-war. They're asking, will high incomes continue? Will there be jobs for all? Well, seriously, nobody knows, but we all know this. Money invested now in war bonds is the best way you can safeguard your post-war security. For every $3 you invest now in war bonds, you get $4 at maturity. And in an emergency, your bonds can be converted into cash any time. So isn't it plain good sense to buy all you can, put every cent you can spare into safe, profitable, patriotic war bonds? Thank you.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present Dark Angel. It will star Donald Crisp, Merle Oberon, and Ronald Coleman. Be sure to listen. Lucille Ball appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of White Cliffs of Dover. Brian Donlevy appears through the courtesy of Paramount, producers of the Hitler Gang. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. To try Lady Esther four-purpose face cream, just get the smallest size jar. Later, you can get the economical large jar and keep refilling the small one for convenience. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther, saying thank you and good night, everyone.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Roma Wines present
Suspense.
Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud.
Your health, senor. Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you the MGM star, Miss Lucille Ball. The suspense play which stars Miss Ball, which is produced and directed by William Spear, is called Dime a Dance. It deals, as you will presently know, with Broadway life and sudden death, both set to music. And so with Dime a Dance and with the performance of Lucille Ball as a red-haired young lady named Ginger Allen, Roma Wines again hope to keep you in suspense.
Have you ever danced with a murderer? Doesn't cost any more for the extra thrill. It's only a dime. How could I do it, you say? I had to save my own life. I'm a taxi dancer from the Joyland Palace. One of the places just off Broadway in the 40s, you know the kind of place. Second-rate dance bands like Frankie Froman's 15 Frolickers. I was late to work that night. I ran down Broadway, scrambling through the crowd to the entrance of the Joyland.
50 beautiful girls upstairs, boys. Come in and count them yourself. No admission, 10 cents a dance. Come in, we're just getting started. The music is the very...
Hello, Max.
Hey, Ginger, you better step on him. Marina's looking for you. You're late. He's burning.
I know it. Has Julie come in yet?
Not yet.
50 beautiful girls waiting to dance. We just step right in. No admission, please. Walk right up there.
Well, good evening. So you finally decided to come, did you?
Hiya, Marino. Sorry I'm late.
Yeah, you ought to be, and so should Julie. All the cash customers are waiting. I sent out the girls before all of you are here, and you say I'm playing favorites.
Well, blame it on Julie. She gave me a stand-up tonight.
All right, so I'll blame it on Julie. Where is she?
Isn't she here?
No, and she ain't home neither, because I phoned her there 15 minutes ago. Thought she was with you.
And I thought she was here.
Hey, if this is no gag, what happened to her?
Well, that's what I'm beginning to wonder.
Go on in and get your stuff on. Julie'll be all right.
Yeah, maybe she slipped in while you were busy counting tickets or something. See you right away, Marino.
Thanks for being late and being teacher's pet. We've been entertained by Mom here while waiting for
All right, lay off. Mom, throw me that foot powder. Looks like a heavy night out there. My feet still hurt from last night.
Here you are, dearie. That's the way I am, girlies. What I like every once in a while is a good, juicy murder.
Nice kid. Old enough to be murdered herself.
Throw me that dress, would you, Madame Defarge, the green one. Is Julie here?
Not unless she's hiding in the closet, honey.
Do any of you know where she is?
You asking us? Ain't she your buddy? Maybe they had a fight.
Well, did any of you hear from her?
Why not ask Marino? He's been hanging around her.
Now, that southern girl, Sally, she used to work in a joint like this one further uptown. There was a murder for you.
Come on, hurry it up in there. Out the floor and step on it.
She just never showed up to work one night.
Who didn't?
That southern girl, Sally. Then they found her. That was about 3 years ago. Oh, what a sight she was when the police discovered the body.
Oh, cut it out, Mom.
Then there was the Robinson gal out in Brooklyn, stabbed to death. They found a phonograph and records by a body didn't even belong to her. The murderer brought his own music. Oh, she was a dance hall phony, too. Maybe some guy has it in for you girls.
Pleasant character.
Well, maybe one fella kills the both of them. Maybe there's a dance hall killer still at large getting ready for his next victim.
Now, what do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
I often wonder.
Sure, Marino. Think we're giving a free show in here?
You couldn't interest anybody in that chassis of yours, even with a set of dishes thrown in. All right, all of you, file out. I got something to tell Ginger. Come on, get out. Ginger, what I wanted to see you
I know, Marino. I put you in a spot. I'll be dressed in a minute, and if you'll ward off those garlic eaters tonight, I'll work twice as hard and make it up, to be honest.
No, I'm in no spot, Ginger, but you are.
Marino, what's the matter? What's happened?
The police want to see you, Ginger.
Police? What for? I didn't do anything.
I'm sorry, Ginger, but
Something's happened to Julie.
that's what the police want to see you by. Julie's dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Tonight in our suspense theater, death is a dancing thing. Roma Wines is bringing you Lucille Ball, a star of suspense, in the Cornell Woolrich story, Dime a Dance. You have heard the prologue for tonight's tale of suspense.
Before we return to the scene of our drama, let me say just this. Few spots on the globe boast the unique and perfect combination of nature's gifts, which makes possible truly good wine. Wine which the whole world can enjoy. But wine experts will tell you that among those fortunate spots, none can surpass the vineyards of our own California. From these renowned California vineyards come Roma wines, wines so perfect in flavor, so delightful, that they are enjoyed in many countries of the world. To us in America, Roma wines are an everyday treat, for we may buy them at an astonishingly low price, since we pay no import duties or expensive shipping costs. Do you enjoy a delicious tangy sherry? Tomorrow treat yourself to a glass of Roma California sherry. We're sure you will agree you've never tasted finer. With your first sip, you'll understand why Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for your favorite type of Roma wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that Roma Wines bring back to our soundstage Miss Lucille Ball in Dime a Dance, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All the way over in that police car with those two flat feet from homicide, I could see Marino's face when he said murdered. Poor Marino. We got out and walked up to the third floor of the building, to Julie's room. Marino never said a word.
All right, sister, in here.
Is she still in there?
No, you won't have to look at her.
Oh.
How'd it happen?
Strangled.
Why didn't she yell out? There were plenty of people around.
Now, look, Ginger, we're asking the question. Yeah, but since you raise it, we figured the person who could get close enough to kill her was someone she felt safe with. She was murdered by someone she trusted, by a friend.
Well, I was the only friend she had.
Yeah, so they tell us. Unless she had a boyfriend. And who was her boyfriend? Yeah.
If she was strangled, where did all the blood come from?
Flatfoot didn't answer Marino. He shut up all at once, as if he didn't have the heart to tell us the rest of it. His eyes gave him away, though. I got the whole score just following his gaze around the room. First, he looked at the little phonograph. By using bamboo needles, she could play it late at night. Soft, so no one could hear it. The needle was worn down halfway, all shredded as though it had been played over and over. Then his eyes wandered to a flat piece of paper that had 8 or 10 shiny new dimes on it. Some had little brown flecks on them. Then his eyes went down to the rug. It was all pleated up in places, especially along the edges, as though something heavy, something lifeless had been dragged back and forth over it. You mean he danced with her after he killed her? Gave her a dime a dance even then?
Now, will you tell us? Who was her boyfriend?
Play that record. Maybe she'll remember some guy they both knew who was hipped on the piece. It was the only one he played.
You just must die for butterfly.
Turn it off! Stop it! Stop that music! That wasn't hers. She never had that record. Poor Butterfly. She hated it. She couldn't stand it. Someone brought that record here with him.
Sure, someone did. Maybe her boyfriend sort of...
It was no boyfriend. It was someone who waited for her in that room in the dark and killed her before she could scream. It was the same madman who killed those 2 other dance hall girls. He pays a dime a dance. A dime a dance whether you're alive or dead. Back at the grind. The flat feet let me go. Nobody told me anything. Sometime when you have nothing better to do, you try dancing with a couple of 100 guys a night, asking yourself each time one of them wraps his arms around you, is this the killer? Has he a knife in his hand behind my back?
Say, can I see you a minute?
Got a ticket?
Yeah, but I don't want to dance, Ginger. I want to talk.
Well, it's your dime. Say, how do you know my name?
What, just happened to?
Who are you, anyway?
Recognize those 2 guys leaning against the wall?
The 2 flat feet?
And I'm the 3rd. Nick's the name.
Well, what about about her boyfriend?
Relax. We have proof it wasn't her boyfriend and wasn't you.
Oh, then you expect him to show up again after what he's done already, huh?
We just got the report on those other 2 girls. They were killed by a maniac who played poor Butterfly. Also, the fingerprints in all 3 cases match. He'll keep it up until we get him.
Well, how do you know what he looks like?
We don't. We only know he isn't through yet. That's why I was assigned to protect you.
Protect me?
Yep. Keep my eye on you all night while you work and then take you home right to your door. Marino knows about the other 2 dicks, but no one knows about me. Fact is, headquarters told me not to tell even you.
Then why did you?
I just saw how touchy you are. I don't want you to misunderstand my intentions.
Well, what if someone asks me who you are?
Say I'm your new boyfriend.
Oh, don't get smart. I never had a boyfriend.
Good, now you've got one.
Oh, 35 girls on this musical chain gang. Why do you pick on me?
Because we found out one more thing about the killer's habits. The 2 girls that were murdered before Julie both had red hair.
Julie had red hair.
Yeah. And so have you, baby.
So I was set up as victim number 4. Nice thought. But every night, like the milkman, just when the girls filed out to feast the arms and eyes of the wolves, there was Nick. Now, that was some comfort. Nothing personal, you understand. It was also a comfort to see those other 2 flat feet on the job night after night.
How's Ginger?
Fine. How's Nick? Hey, you're 4 minutes late.
Miss me?
Oh, I'm just a taxpayer that wants to see a public servant earn his money.
If the city got broke, I'd do this job for nothing. Uh-oh. Your straw boss, Marino's, giving you the high sign.
Oh, I'll go see what he wants. You wait here. It's on your mind, Marino.
Say, who is that monkey hanging around you every night?
He pays for his tickets, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he never uses them. Who is he?
My boyfriend.
Oh, you known him long?
Long enough.
Take care of yourself, Ginger.
Don't worry, Marino. I know my way around, but thanks.
Besides, we're not running any matrimonial bureau around here. You got to spread yourself around a little more. Share the wealth. There's other customers.
All right.
Now watch her, will you?
All right.
What did he want?
Oh, nothing. Nick, is there any news? You know, it's a month since Julie was...
No. Calm down, redhead.
That's just it, that red hair. Look, why won't you let me dye it?
Oh, I've got my reasons.
Yeah. You great, big, silent, strong cop.
That's right. Those cops.
And then came that night. That horrible night. I was late as usual, got to the dressing room planning to dress in no seconds flat so I could get out on the floor and be with Nick. Somehow I felt that I was going to need him that night. Some instinct told me it was a matter of life or death.
It's been a whole month since the last one. What I like every once in a while is a good juicy murder.
Come on, snap it up. What do you think I pay you girls for anyway?
Who are you looking out the door for, Ginger?
Now, you take that killing of Julie. There was a real juicy case.
Oh, shut up, Mom. Will you cut it out?
Oh, I'm sorry, dearie. I keep forgetting you, and she was so cruel.
Well, that's all right. I'm jittery. Laverne, have you seen my boyfriend?
Not tonight. Maybe he got bored.
Billy, have you seen Nick? You know, the tall, handsome... Not tonight, Redhead. I guess he's giving you the air.
Come on up. What am I paying you for?
Come on. What's the matter, Ginger? You look like you've seen a ghost. What are you looking for out there? What's so fascinating about the clock?
Marino, they're not there. Where are those two flat feet?
How'd you know about that?
Never mind that now. Where are they?
Called off.
Called off?
That sounds screwy to me, but police headquarters figures they frightened off whoever they was looking for.
But that's crazy. I'm going to phone...
That won't do no good. I told them that anybody would wait till it cooled off before trying again. Now is when we should have protection. Well, come on, get out on the floor. Come on, Ollie, out on the floor.
All right, I'll be out in a second. Really, I will, Marino. Laverne.
Yes, honey?
As soon as Nick comes in, tell him to come right here. Tell him to tap on the door, will you?
Sure enough, sugar.
Hey, what are you looking at me like that for, Ginger?
Look, Mom, I got to talk to you. I can't go out there on the floor. I'm scared.
But what are you staring holes in me for?
Mom, you and I were here in this room the last night Julie was alive. The night she must have been killed, remember?
You poor kid. I always
Look,
liked
we
you.
got to remember. We've just got to. There was someone dancing with Julie that night. Some rum-dum. Julie said something about him. I can't remember what it was she said.
Oh, you mean the one that hurt her hand?
That's it. Hurt her hand. Bent her wrist back when they were dancing.
Yeah, that's the guy. She said it was almost like as if he got a kick out of hurting her.
Yeah.
Seeing her squirm.
Yeah, now what else?
Well, Julie called him a cement mixer.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere, Mom. Think hard.
Oh, he had Julie crazy, dancing like a slap-happy pug. I remember her describing it. He'd take 3 little steps to the right as if he was getting ready for a standing broad jump.
That was it.
Remember how Julie said she felt like screaming, for Pete's sake, if you're gonna jump, jump.
Yeah, 3 steps to the right, and if you're gonna jump, jump.
Hey, what are you doing, Ginger? Some detective work? Getting some clues?
You know who we're talking about, Mom?
The killer.
Yeah.
Oh!
If he enjoyed hurting her like that when she was still alive, he'd enjoyed dancing with her after she was dead.
Oh, he's worse than prune face. Why, that...
There's someone I gotta tell this to right away. Oh, where the... Nick! See you later, Mom.
Hey, how's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. How's Nick?
Are you trembling? Sure, it's me. Why not?
I thought you were called off the case.
We were.
Then what are you doing here?
Habit. Do you mind?
No, you dumb ape. I don't mind. Boy, how I don't mind.
And, as long as it isn't duty anymore, do you mind if I do something to you that I've wanted to do for days?
Well, it depends.
I want to take you in my arms.
All right, take me in your arms and dance. Anyway, for the time being.
I'm a rotten dancer.
You're telling me. Nick, we gotta talk. I just found out something about the killer that you ought to know.
Later. I paid Marino for all the dances to the end. We can leave whenever you want.
After this song, they play Dinah, and then comes the break. We can leave then.
What makes you so sure?
Well, the band always plays the song in the same order. Then they can sleep while they work. I tell time by 'em. Limehouse Blues means it's 10:45. Lady Was a Tramp means 11:15. Dinah means 11:30. Never changes except when there's a request number.
You know, I like everything about you.
I like everything about you but your dancing. Let up on my hand, will you? You're bending it upside down. It hurts my wrist.
I told you I was a rotten dancer.
Well, for Pete's sake, don't dance like you were priming for a standing broad jump. If you're going to jump, jump. That's not Dinah.
No, certainly isn't. It's a request number.
Who requested it?
I did. What's the matter, baby? You look sick.
I feel just awful. I do feel sick.
Am I dancing that bad?
No, Nick, I'll have to stop. It's the air, I guess. I'll go in and get a drink of water. Yeah, drink of water in the ladies' room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll wait here for you.
I'll just be a minute. Operator, give me the police department, homicide squad.
Police department, homicide, right away.
Homicide.
Hello, homicide. This is Ginger Allen at Joyland. The third man you assigned to our place is
Third man? What third man?
Nick Ballister, the one you assigned to protect me.
We have no Nick Ballister, and there was no man assigned by us to protect you.
It's the killer. He's taking me out with him. I don't know where to. Look, I'll leave a trail of ticket stubs. Please come quick.
Ginger.
Goodbye, Katie. Sorry you couldn't work tonight. I'll fix it with Marino.
How you feeling?
You shouldn't have come in here, Nick. Didn't you see the sign?
All that? Men keep out, violators subject to arrest? Didn't say positively. Besides, they wouldn't arrest a cop.
Why couldn't you leave me in here alone?
You were gone so long, I thought something had happened.
Nothing's happened. Yet. Don't ask me how, but I kept up a patter while we walked. All my brains were in my right hand to clutch those ticket stubs in my coat pocket. I kept dropping those stubs, making sure he didn't see. I tried to stay on the bright streets, but he led me to the lonely ones. The one we were on now was like a graveyard. No lights, no people. Suddenly, I felt my blood run cold. My fingers in that right-hand pocket fished around like a drowning man clutching for straws. The last ticket stub was gone.
Ginger.
Yes, Nick?
I'm hungry. Would you like some chop suey?
Like it? Oh, I'd love it. He ate that chop suey with an appetite, like a guy who had work to do. Work he was going to enjoy. I side-sneaked a glance at the jukebox without turning my head, just my eyes. What a relief. All kinds of songs, but no poor butterfly. Nick was beginning to act nervous. He'd guzzle a cup of tea, pour another, and keep looking over his shoulder like he was worried somebody might be following us. Then he'd grin like he used to and reach over for my hand. He pressed my fingers till they hurt. Hard, like he never pressed them before. I guess he couldn't wait. And suddenly he stood up.
Ask the waiter for the check, Ginger. I'm just going to wash my hands. Then it's time we left.
Waiter, quick.
Yes, ma'am. What will it be?
I'm leaving. When my boyfriend comes out, tell him you think I went back to the powder room. A gag, he's a deadbeat. I want to shake him.
Maybe don't understand.
Marino, how did you get here?
Mom told me, and I followed your ticket stubs. He almost saw me. Come on, quick.
Marino, thank heaven you got here.
Hurry up.
Marino, I can't run anymore. I won't last the block.
You won't have to. There's a vacant house in the middle of the block. Here, inside. Fast. I think I see him coming.
It's all dark in here.
Well, no one lives here, that's why. Here, I'll light this searchlight. Yeah. There's a stairway leading upstairs.
Oh.
Go ahead. Now, watch it now. Don't trip. Them stairs is broken. Yeah. Now, through this door.
Oh.
Here's a candle and a match. There. Now we can see each other and wait.
Do you think we're safe?
We'll know in a few minutes.
Oh, Marino.
Ginger?
Oh, it's him.
Shh, put out that candle. Now, hide. Back there. I'll take care of him.
Ginger.
It's him.
All right, you ask for it. We'll see about that.
Who is it? Who is it? Answer me. Answer me, please. Oh.
You just must die.
Oh, my God. Oh, go on. Kill me. Get it over with. Oh, why did you stop the music?
We danced from the beginning of the record.
Marino!
Yeah, Muriel. You think you could hide from me with different names and different faces?
Marino! Why do you call me Muriel? What are you doing? I'm Ginger, don't you remember? I'm Ginger Allen.
Each time you tell me a different name, Muriel. That you can't get away by changing names.
Marino!
The first time you changed your name was when you married me before I left for Europe with that operetta company. You remember? The orchestra played Poor Butterfly when you promised to love me forever.
Help me. Somebody help me.
Yeah, well, the next time you changed your name was when you thought I was dead. Lived on my insurance and married another man.
Oh, please.
No matter how many times you change your name, Muriel, I'll find you.
No, not me. You killed her. You killed her, Marino, again and again. You only killed her last month, Marino.
Each time I think I have, she rises again. This time I'm going to kill you and your lover. This is the last time.
Oh, Nick!
And now we dance. Now we dance. Here are your dimes. The one you were going to make. Yeah. And now we dance. And then you
just must die.
How's Ginger?
Oh, Nick. Oh, Nick. I thought he killed you.
I got an awfully hard head. Police will be here in just a minute.
Oh, Nick. How do you fit into this? Headquarters never heard of you.
They were instructed to say that in case you called.
Well, what was the idea? Scaring me to death.
Well, I figured Marina would follow Ginger and her boyfriend once he thought the police were off the case, and when he did, I had to have you thinking I was the killer, so you'd run off with him willingly.
Why, you no good.
It was the only way to find his hideout and the evidence we need. The phonograph, the record, and the attempted murder.
At my expense, you big piece of... another thing. How'd you know about dancing like a broad jumper and turning up my wrist?
Oh, I listened outside the door to you and Mom talking about that in the dressing room tonight.
Oh.
Gave me a couple of neat pointers.
Yeah.
I put them together with Poor Butterfly so I could scare the daylights out of you.
Oh, you did, too. I ought to ring your...
Now, calm down. No wife of mine is going to have a red-headed temper.
Wife of yours. You'll do anything to learn how to dance, won't you?
Yeah, it looks that way.
No wonder you didn't want me to dye my hair. You wanted that nice, premature gray color.
And so closes Dime a Dance, presented by Roma Wines, and starring Lucille Ball, tonight's tale of suspense.
In just a moment, we'll hear again from Miss Ball. First, though, let's visit a glamorous casino somewhere on the sunny Caribbean. Smartly dressed people stroll about the gardens. The strains of a Cuban song float out. Two men watch from a table on the terrace. One is a Cuban, the other a North American. One is about to propose a toast.
To your beautiful country, Jose.
I drink to that. Now I propose a toast. To this wine in which we drink our toast. It comes from North America, from California. Its name is Roma.
Only a few places in the world produce wines so fine that many countries enjoy them. And among these enjoyable wines are Roma wines, for they come from vineyard districts that are among the finest in the world, our own sunny California. What better testimonial to the quality of Roma wines could you ask than the fact that Roma wines are made in California for the enjoyment of the world? There is a fine Roma wine for you, whether your taste calls for a sherry, a burgundy, or sauterne. And no matter what type of Roma wine you buy, you know you're receiving a truly fine wine at a price made possible because Roma wines are the overwhelming favorite of Americans, America's largest selling wines. Ask your dealer to show you his assortment of Roma wines tomorrow and choose your favorite. Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Remember, this is the year of decision, and that means that this year, more than ever before, we should all buy more and even more war bonds and stamps.
This is Lucille Ball. It's been a great pleasure to appear on Suspense this evening. Next week, I know you'll want to be listening, as I certainly will, to a very wonderful actor, Mr. Paul Lucas, who will appear in a suspense play called A World of Darkness.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Lucille Ball appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Madame Curie. Don't forget, then, next Thursday, same time, for Paul Lucas in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Red Skelton.
Lucille Ball.
George Tobias.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight Damon Runyon's comedy, Tight Shoes. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer bring to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater radio's newest comedy sensation, Red Skelton. And starring with him, Lucille Ball and George Tobias in Universal Pictures' slap-happy comedy, Tight Shoes. We've less than a minute before our Gulf curtain rises, so we'd like to take that brief moment to tell you about a neighbor of yours. All right, Bud Easton?
You know, folks, no one better realizes how much proper car service at the proper time means to you than the man I'm speaking for now. The good Gulf dealer right in your own neighborhood. In his business, he sees what happens to cars whose owners put off having them serviced. He knows what makes them start wasting oil and gas. Knows why cars wear out too quickly. Most important to you, the Gulf man knows how to prevent much excessive and premature wear with his car saver services. When he flushes out the dirty, worn oil from your crankcase and refills it, when he replaces your gear lubricants, when he gives your car a Gulflex registered lubrication job, his training and his knowledge pay you dividends in longer car life. And, of course, you can rely on the famous Gulf products he sells, each designed to help keep your car running better longer. So tomorrow, remember, stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc. Ask your neighbor, the Gulf man, about his car saver services. Remember, to care for your car, for your country.
And now the curtain's about to go up on our saga of a pair of tight shoes. Our stars, Red Skelton playing Swifty Miller, Lucille Ball as Sybil, and George Tobias as Blooch. We're all ready, so Oscar Bradley, will you start the ball rolling with some suitable music? Somewhere in America, there's the sound of marching feet.
Company! Halt! All right, men. 30 minutes rest period. Make the most of it.
Oh, they're killing me. Oh, my feet. Oh, I can't stand it.
show me a bayonet and I'll fall on it. What's the matter? We've come just as far as you have. Oh, my feet, they're murdering me. I feel like I'm walking on hot coals. These shoes, the right size is too small.
Hey, did I hear you say tight shoes?
Yeah, you sure did, brother.
Well, take my word for it and get rid of them, chum. Do it now and don't hesitate.
And march the rest of the way on my knees, I suppose.
Regardless, do it now. Take it from a man who lost everything because of a pair of tight shoes.
How come?
Well, I tell you this is an illustration of why you should burn those shoes before another minute goes by. But before I do, give me a cigarette, will you, soldier?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Now, at one time, I'm a prosperous, respected citizen who's the biggest gambler in town. Now, on this particular day I'm mentioning, I'm in my warehouse looking over a new shipment of slot machines. 2 lemons and an egg.
Boss, why do you play them machines? You know they're crooked.
Quiet, Blutch. Yeah, 2 eggs and a lemon. Well, I'll try one more. That does it. Hand me that axe.
What'd you get that time, boss?
2 eggs and a jap. Hey, don't these things ever pay off?
You know they don't, boss. That's how we make our living.
Yeah, we'll fix up one that does pay off. I gotta have some fun out of life.
But gee, boss, they're your machines. All you get back is your own money.
Can't you leave no illusions, Butch?
Okay, boss, okay. We'll fix it up. Relax. We better get started for the races.
Yeah, all right. Hey, but there's one thing we gotta do before we go to the races.
What's that?
We gotta buy a shoe store.
A shoe store?
Yeah. I gotta get a shoe store. I got it all figured out. Now, the district attorney's making things hot. All the gambling dives are closed. Am I right?
You're always right, boss.
There's only one ward we can still operate in.
Councilman Honest John Beebe's
You
ward.
beat me to it. Correct. Now, Honest John is still friendly because Honest John likes the 1,000 fish I give him every month. So with things being in that condition, what we got to do is concentrate on Honest John's ward.
Boss, you're a wonder. Say, boss.
Yeah?
Why do they call him Honest John?
Because he only steals retreads.
Oh.
Yeah, well, now, like I'm saying, we open up the new place tonight. I already got it picked out. In the front, we sell shoes, and in the back, we sell game of chance.
We better get started.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm gonna try this once more. More lemons. I ain't going to no race. My luck's no good today.
Look, boss, I fixed those machines myself. It's not got nothing to do with luck.
Sometimes they gotta pay off.
Now, these machines, nobody can win. Look, boss, I'll put in a quarter myself. Now, watch.
Yeah.
Oh, how'd that happen?
Yeah.
I guess I have to give that left screw a couple more times.
Yeah, I guess you better. You reach for that jackpot and your hand will never make a return trip. Now get out of here.
You're giving me $10,000 for my shoe store.
Yeah, that's right. I give you this $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill?
Yeah.
I didn't know the government was printing them.
You mean they're printing them too? Well, now here's the cash. You just say the word and I'll dump it in your lap.
What will happen if I want to sell?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I'll sell.
Yeah, fine. Now, you understand you keep on working for me. I'll pay you $50 a week.
Only $50?
Yeah, I'll give you $50 and all the shoes you can eat.
Well, boss, now we own a shoe store.
Yeah, you know, and speaking of shoes, I could do me with a new pair. Hey, a meal fly. Get somebody to sell me some shoes.
I'll get our best salesman, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's the college man. Jimmy. Yes, Mr. Malfi. Show this gentleman the best shoes in the house. It's the new boss. Yes, sir. Sit right down here, sir.
Okay.
Hey, boss, we better get started. Sybil will tear your heart out if we keep her waiting any longer.
I said I gotta buy shoes. Now, shut up.
Size 10.5.
Okay. What's that?
Oh, I said size 10.5, sir. That's what your feet measure.
Is this guy trying to insult me? I never wore over a 9 in my life. I got a dainty feet.
Well, you measure 10.5, sir.
I don't care. I want size 9s.
They won't fit you.
Oh, yes, they will. Just fold my toes under.
But I just measured, sir, and...
Get me some size 9s, Bub.
Yes, sir.
My father had big feet once.
Yeah, what size did your father take?
I don't know. I don't remember. They just skinned a cow and put some buttons on it.
Take it easy there.
Oh,
Quit shoving, will you?
Just a little more, and we'll have this shoe on, sir.
Hey, did you ever sell girdles?
We nearly got it on.
Yeah.
You'd better tuck the ankle in a little more neat.
There we are, sir.
Yeah.
As snug a pair of shoes as I've ever fitted.
Yeah.
Aren't they nice looking?
I could answer that, but it would only lead to bloodshed. It took you long enough. Come on, Blutch. Let's get to the races.
We gotta pick up Sybil.
You know, I don't like that clerk. He looks to me like he belongs to a bad element.
He's a college man.
A college man?
Yeah.
That does it. I'll never buy another magazine as long as I live. I'm sorry I was late, Sybil, but my feet are killing me.
It'll be worse than that killing you if I miss the first race.
Oh, now, don't talk like that, sweet pea. Guess what I got for you today? I went down and got you.
Oh, not a nasty old diamond bracelet.
Yeah. But, of course, you won't be able to wear it in public for a while.
Why not?
Well, I got it out of a hot iron claw machine.
Oh, Swifty, sometimes you make me wonder what I see in you.
Yeah, I wonder myself. Maybe it's my clothes. For instance, how you like my victory suit, huh? How do you like it?
What victory was it, Bull Run?
Oh, sweet pea, you know I'm crazy about you. I'd do anything for you.
Anything?
Sure, just say the word and I'll tear up my autographed picture of Roger Pryor.
Oh, I don't know. Here I am, the biggest star on Broadway, and I run around with a slug like you.
Oh, I'm off my onion for you, sweet pea. Or maybe it's only gas pushing up around me heart.
Don't kid me. It's just my shape.
Nah, don't you kid me. Shape ain't everything in life. My mama done told me.
Hey, Swifty, you better drive slower. We don't want to have any trouble with the cops.
No, I think they're still sore at me for throwing that body in that vacant lot.
Well, they're right. You shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have, I know. But it was dark. I didn't see that no dumping sign.
The trouble with me is I can't forget I used to be in burlesque. Yeah. I got used to guys like you, and I can't get over it. Give me a kiss, Swifty.
Now, let's stop and get a hamburger.
No. Come on, give me a kiss.
All right. Well?
Let's stop and get a hamburger.
Baby Mine first, Happy Harper second, and Roadrunner third.
That makes 6 losers in a row, boss.
I thought you said even the horses were betting on your last one, Swifty.
All right. So I'm not lucky. Oh, boy, my feet are murdering me. Well, wait till the next race. That's where we make our killing.
Do tell.
Yeah, I got it all fixed. We go the whole way on Palomar. Now get down there and put up our bet, Butch. He's number...
What's the matter?
Number 7. Look at the name of number 7.
Let's see. Feet first.
What a hunch. I've been waiting for a break like this for years.
You're not going to switch.
What's been killing me all afternoon? What's been talking to me? The feet. That's it. Feet first.
But, boss, you already spent 10 grand to fix the race so that Palomar wins.
But look at the odds on feet first. 90-1.
But he can't win, boss. I fixed it already. With your throw, I fixed it.
This is bigger than a fixed race. This is the hunch of a century. Just think of what I can do with all that dough. I can buy myself a little vine-covered saloon on Main Street and settle down. Come on, Blutch. Put every cent on feet first. It's a hunch from heaven.
But, boss...
Come on, get going, will you? I can't be wrong this time. Borrow all the Mazuma you can. Put every nickel on them. Hey, make a tour of the phone booth. See what you can get on Sybil's jewelry there. See what you can get on Sybil. Now, hurry up. Get going.
Results of the 7th race, Palomar first, Lapping Water second, and Grover third. Feet first, the horse that collapsed at the first turn had to be destroyed because of old age.
Yeah, just wait till I get my hands on that shoe salesman. I'll pull his tongues out.
We couldn't win, boss.
Butch,
I had it fixed.
If I hear another word out of you, I'll take you for a ride. In your car, of course. Okay, boss, okay. Wait till I get my hands on that guy.
Listen, never mind about that. What about my jewelry?
I
can't
sorry.
go around on my bare wrists.
I know, but, kid, you lost everything on the 7th race.
I did, huh?
Yeah, I'm awful. Now, don't look at me like that, Sybil. Sybil! No, not the feet, Sybil! Oh, you broke my widow toe, you...
So, things being the way they are, Sonny, I'd pull out and sell my shoes someplace else for a while if I was you.
But this is silly. He asked for that size. I tried to tell him they were too small. What happened?
Well, I'll give it to you fast. He bet $50,000 on an ad called Feet First to come in head first, but it was dead first and carried out feet first.
But I can't run away.
Oh, don't run. Catch a train. Fly.
Absolutely not. It's time someone showed the gangster element that decent citizens have some rights.
Okay. You show him. You'll be the best like stiff in the morgue.
It was very sweet of you to warn me.
Well, I don't have any reason to want to see you dead. You're kind of cute.
I am?
My, where'd you get those nice wide shoulders?
I am?
Before we get into a rut, why don't you take me to dinner?
I am.
Quite an idea, Swifty. Running a gambling joint behind a shoe store.
Hey, Swippy, Morgan over there wants 500 on the cuff. What'll I do?
See how far you can throw him.
Okay. Say, I thought Blooch was going to be here to help with the blackjack game.
No, he's over to a political rally with Councilman Beebe. I sent him over to look the crowd over and a few pockets.
Is Blooch a pickpocket?
Yeah, he couldn't make enough money just being a peeping Tom.
Boss! Hey, boss!
Yeah?
Hey, boss, get out of here, boss.
Blooch, what's the matter?
Disaster's broken loose, boss. There's a mob coming for you. That shoe sales.
Well, what happened?
Well, Honest John is standing up there giving the crowd the corn about good government when up jumps this shoe salesman. Yeah. He says that Honest John is a crook watching cahoots with hoodlums like you. Hoodlums like you? What do you know about that?
Oh, hoodlum? How do you like that? I'm an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I think he called you that, too. Listen, boss, the mob is here.
Hey, take it easy there. Don't knock that door.
Hey, you see, boss? You see what I tell you? Honest John tells you he has the cleanest district in town. Well, just take a look around.
Wait till I get my hands on that college guy. Let me through there, bub. Just one poke, that's all I ask.
And here's the biggest rat of them all, folks. Here's the man who corrupts your city officials, Swifty Miller.
Well, brother, you asked for it. You wrecked my joint, you fool around with my girl, and now you're going to get it. Come on, put up your mitts. Come on, put up your mitts. Well, why didn't somebody tell me to put up my mitts?
And so the Gulf Theater curtain falls on the first act of Tight Shoes. In just a moment, we'll find out whether or not Swifty Miller ever got up from the floor. Meanwhile, let's find out what Mr. Heaston has on his mind.
Friends, next time you stop at your good Gulf dealers, have him fill your crankcase with Gulf Pride, the improved motor oil so long known as the world's finest. And once you've tried Gulf Pride, we sincerely believe you'll continue to use it, no matter how much or how little you've been accustomed to paying for oil. You see, Gulf Pride now has an extraordinary resistance to the destructive effect of high running temperatures developed by modern engines. It fights the formation of corrosive acids and effectively combats the oxidation which causes lesser oils to break down so quickly. And Gulf Pride is highly